You deserve it. Thanks for taking that dip. I'd have had a heart attack if I'd done that. They'd have me up by myself.
Video ready? I mean, the video tonight. Did you jump in the water?
I thought about it and then I said, oh, my heart just quit beating.
Yeah, we're just,
I knew it was me.
try and refresh it.
I know it. I just knew it.
So. Are you gonna get your dear friend Gary to just step up?
I've tried to. He just is.
Just play 1 second and see if you talk to him. Okay.
I haven't talked to him since the deal, but
Okay.
he wants to drag his feet on the leisure bill, whatever it is. But I think depends on what.
Okay, good evening and welcome everyone to the meeting of the North Ogden City Council. Appreciate you being here tonight. Invite everyone to please turn your cell phones on silent or off for the remainder of the meeting. Appreciate everyone who's made it out here tonight, and especially in the cold and snowy weather conditions. We'll be talking about those a little bit this evening, but up first, to begin our meeting, as we always do in North Ogden City, we have an invocation and a pledge of allegiance. We've asked Councilwoman Stoker if she would please offer the invocation and then lead the audience in the pledge of allegiance. We asked you on the agenda.
Our Father in heaven, we're grateful for the snow that we are receiving and for the moisture that will give us this summer. We pray for tolerance and patience and recognize the good work that our city employers and public works are doing in keeping our roads clean and helping us to be safe and our children to be safe. We're grateful for this community we have and all the service that our residents render to each other and to help make this city a better place in which to live. We pray now that Thou will be with us this night as we discuss the things on the agenda, and that we will be able to do so in a civil manner and be able to come to decisions that will be best serving our residents and the city. We ask for Thy guidance and Thy help, and say this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Please stand and repeat. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilwoman Stoker. Also, just a reminder for everyone, we do live stream our meetings on YouTube, so the camera's right up there, and everything that's being said is broadcast and saved on YouTube, so please just consider that with your, whatever comments any of us make in the meeting. They'll be there on the internet for the rest of forever. So with that, we have the consent agenda, 2 items. One item, however, Council, actually this was a typo. The December 20 minutes you'd already approved last meeting, so really there's only the January 3rd minutes on the consent agenda.
I read those again and just still didn't understand them.
Go to the movie.
Any comments or corrections or a motion?
Motion to approve minutes for January 3rd council meeting.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the minutes from the January 3rd meeting. Is there any further discussion?
Sorry, I missed that.
Siri joined in.
I missed it too.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Then the minutes are now approved. We'll move on to public comment period. We have 2 of those. Oh, yes, good point. We'd like to make a special recognition of our 2 scout units we have here tonight. And during the public comments, we'd like to invite one of the scouts from each group, patrol leader or someone, to come up and introduce the patrol. Just tell us what merit badge you're working on. So maybe you can be thinking about that while we begin the public comment period. This time is yours, ladies and gentlemen. If there's anything you'd like to share with the City Council on any of the items on the agenda tonight or other items of city business, we'd love to hear from you. We just ask for your name and address at the start of your comments. And again, if there's any of our scouts that'd like to come up, we'd love to hear from you as well. Okay, that's a brave young man, right?
I'm Jack Simmons, and we are the Troop 435, and we're working on the Citizenship and the Nation Merit Badge.
Okay, and Zach, was it Zach?
Jack.
Jack, okay. Thank you, Jack. Good luck on the merit badge.
Where's this other troop? Who's the patrol leader?
Have that extra pen.
Pretty old-looking patrol leader there.
Right? They never would graduate me. I'm Eric Johnson. I'm with Troop 412. You want my address?
The troop's fine.
Troop, all right,
Yeah.
Troop 412. On behalf of the scouts that are a little shy back there, we're glad to be here, and we're working on citizenship in the community.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Okay, anyone else like to share anything? Okay, well, we'll move on then with the agenda items, but there's another public comment period at the end. Actually, I'm noticing it's not on the agenda, but we will have one at the end of the meeting as well. So first, council, we wanted to have a couple quick discussions. We have a video we wanted to show you from the Polar Plunge, Councilman Swanson and I on Saturday, just so everyone could see it.
going to, are you?
So our city attorney had the good idea to show it, so thank you.
Thank you, John. When's your contract up, John?
A couple of years before. USCT guy.
Is that required?
No. No, just a little extra. You'll notice the mayor was afraid to get his head wet.
I was trying to keep my hair perfect. For some reason, Councilman Swanson had committed us to jump 2 times, but
So Phil, was that
Raise more
worse
money?
than getting tased?
No, no. Being tased was far worse.
Do we know how many people participated? And
probably
About 40?
40 who jumped in. It was a great turnout. They said it was better than some that they've done in larger cities.
great.
So for the first time, I thought it went really well.
Was this for,
Special Olympics, wasn't it?
yeah, was it for the whole Weaver County area, or was it just?
This was the only one they did in the Ogden area. Then they did one in Provo, Salt Lake, Sandy, St. George. A few places like that. Not sure how much of a lukewarm plunge that one was, but ours was a true polar plunge. That was real snow. This was not Hollywood special effects. So I think it'll be back next year. It was a good event.
I made a
Yes,
pledge,
it was.
but part of my
Yeah.
pledge was that they had to hold you under.
Thank you for your pledge.
Because they didn't hold you under.
Councilman Swanson did splash me several times, so.
Yes, I saw that.
Okay, well, so fun weekend. The other thing we just wanted to mention, Council, was a little bit about snow plowing. So you've got an update on a few things that have been happening and some questions that have come up. We just wanted informal discussion from you real quick here at the beginning on a few items. John, actually, I'm sorry, I didn't tell you, these pictures are in the P Drive, Mayor, City, Council meetings, tonight's date. So, as everyone knows, we've had a lot of snow this winter, a lot more than any previous year that I remember. Certainly, there's been a lot of years like this in North Ogden history, but not in the recent history. So The plow crews have been very busy. I wanted to just run through a few of the things we're trying to do to help. We have gone to 100% of the plow budget for this year, and we have some time left. So that's something we'll be bringing back to you. I just wanted to alert you about that. That was of the higher 50,000 that we did this year in anticipation of having a busy snow year. So just kind of heads up, the plow budget has been exceeded with this storm, this most recent storm. We'll be bringing some calculations back to you and a request to amend the budget here shortly for some more funding. This, and these are in no particular order, but this is just, we've had our crews out in between the storms trying to break up snow in the gutters especially and clear the grates. John can go to the next ones. They're kind of the same thing. So we've been doing a lot of work, especially when there was rain in the forecast. The last two major storms, including this one, had rain in the forecast, so we've tried to get prepared for those. We've had the crews out moving snow, large banks. Again, this was in between the second previous one and the most recent one. Here's a picture from yesterday. We had some calls from Weber school districts. They're concerned the plows couldn't make it around this, or their buses couldn't make it around the city. So we had a number of our plows went around personally with the school buses to plow right in front of them. They just picked them up at the school parking lot and escorted those buses around to make sure that they all got their kids taken home safely, and that worked well. This was yesterday afternoon. This is just a picture of the Parks and Rec employees. Even though our Public Works employees get most of the blame and appreciation this time of year, our Parks and Rec employees are doing a great job. They plow. Not only have they been supplementing the Public Works, that's been one of the things we've done to improve the plowing this year. Several of the Parks and Rec employees actually are tasked to the Public Works to provide cul-de-sac snow plowing. So that's given us more employees doing roads, while the remainder of the Parks and Recs employees focus on all the school zones. They plow the crosswalks, the sidewalks around the schools, and then the school district does the parking lots and things as well. But they help out around the school areas, and then also the city parks, the city hall here, the library parking lot, the senior center parking lot are all done by the Parks and Rec employees, and they've been doing a great job. That's just one of the trails in the parks that they've been plowing faithfully. This was from yesterday. In between, this has been a long storm, as everyone knows, for about 48 hours of on and off snow. In the times where we've had the snow stop, we've got the loader out to multiple areas of the city and the backhoe to move some of the larger banks and berms that have appeared on streets, get those out of the way. Cul-de-sacs, we've taken the snow out of several of the cul-de-sacs, and we'll do some more tomorrow and Friday, as long as there's not more snow, to try and make them more passable. So we've had those equipments out. Next, please. We'll come back to this one in a second to talk about sidewalks. This was just a picture from last night. A number of the plow drivers actually spent the night at the shop because they were plowing so late, and to not have to take time to drive home, and everything. They just stayed the night. So they really have done, in my opinion, an excellent job. Councilman Turner?
Are the drivers regulated like UDOT to so many hours?
Yes, there is.
60 hours or something like that a week is it on driving?
I
Is that
don't
right?
know what it is, Annette, do you know? 12 a day? 12 a day.
I think it's like 12 a day, but not to exceed like 60 or something.
Yeah, there's some limits. You probably know best of all of us here, but 12 a day is the one we do know as well. So that we have to watch. Next, this is Scott Felter, just to show the difference of the snow too. What falls on 1700 is really only half of what falls in the north end of the city, up in the Cove subdivision, for example. Those are the snowbanks up on the street in the Cove subdivision. So very significant. Here's an example of the cul-de-sac piles that we're trying to get rid of. These are just getting so big in some of those cul-de-sacs, it's hard to have anywhere to put it without being in the way of one or more driveways or mailboxes. So we've been picking some up with the loader. Like I said, it's not what we want to do because that's a lot of time, but in some cases we've had to, and we're going to be doing that again the rest of this week after this storm has ended. Then we'll come back to this one too. Okay, actually, so sidewalks is something we wanted to talk about. Our code enforcement officer is here, and I'm sorry this wasn't officially on the agenda, but we just kind of wanted to get a little feedback from you on sidewalks and what's happening. Andre, is there anything you want to share with the city council? Your experience as you have been out, we've basically put Andre full-time during storms on sidewalks and snow being thrown from snow blowers or pushed back out into the street. Can you just share how your experience, what you've been seeing in the city, how things are going, just some feedback for the city council? So Andre Jones, our code enforcement officer.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I would say that majority of the people in the city are doing a really good job about keeping up with the snow. There's a few sidewalks around that haven't even been touched, and I think it's by their choice that it just came so fast and so much of it that it's just now it's overwhelming to try to get it cleared. But like I said, majority of the sidewalks are clear. The most concerns we've had have been along 2600 North and Washington. So I've been working really hard trying to get the property owners and the businesses to keep their sidewalks clear along 2600. I know there's been some talk about letting people above like a certain point on the mountain not worry about their sidewalks anymore. And I feel that I know on the mayor's Facebook page, somebody had brought it up that, and then people would be forced out into the road. I'm concerned that, I don't think that that's a good idea. I think with the snow hopefully ending here in the next couple of days, at least, we might get a week break or so, give some, the residents a time to get some of the areas cleaned up and get some of the sidewalks caught up so that, we don't have people going out into the streets. I don't personally like to walk in the road. I mean, there's a lot of places that don't have sidewalks at all, so that's, their only option. But I don't think that we should just not regulate on that. But I guess that, we need to, I was hoping for some feedback on where we want to start those regulations on the sidewalks. If we want to give them some time to get caught up, because, there are just so many sidewalks and so many people that aren't even trying, but it's hard to tell kind of in the middle when we have a storm on who's making the efforts and who's just really not making an effort at all. So.
Yeah, and that is one of the main things we just wanted some input from you on is sidewalks. Some people have asked, hey, will the city do a moratorium or a pause on requiring sidewalks to be cleared because there's so much snow? And this comment kind of shows, the problem that some people are, pretty much everyone I think is experiencing this problem. It's just worse maybe for some in certain places based on the geography. So I feel largely similar to Andra. I would not want to go down that route of waiving the sidewalk cleaning because there are a lot of people who use the sidewalks, even as crazy as it sounds, in the wintertime. And with the roads being narrow because there's so much snow in a lot of the shoulders, if there's not a clear sidewalk, somebody could really be walking out in the street if they were using it. And I wanted to show one last picture, then I'll get to Councilman Turner. I'll show my own house as an example. Half my yard doesn't have a sidewalk. It was built when it wasn't required, but we clean it down to the grass just so there at least is a path because I live on a busy street, 3100 North. So thankfully, I've got a great neighbor who helps a lot with it, the neighbor on the other side, but I feel this is better than not having the sidewalks cleared. So this is just kind of informal discussion time. If there's some guidance you have or feelings about sidewalk to our code enforcement officer, that would help her in this storm and other storms coming up. Councilman Turner.
My only, I'm not for, I understand giving people a break to get caught up. The sidewalks that concern me, around my house we have a park strip, like 2600. there's no park strip, so the plows are pushing it right on the sidewalk. I'm not all of it, but I mean, you know, a lot of it. And so that one there, it's pretty hard to ask the residents to, you gotta clear this sidewalk, but there's no park strip, you know, I mean, and we've discussed this when we talked about widening 2600, how we're gonna try to fix that. So that would be one place that I would maybe consider, even though I know people run and walk along 2600 to come down to Smith's and stuff, and I just think that that's an area that we may want to consider something. I'd like to hear from other people. But as far as if there's a park strip, I think that, I mean, for instance, on my house, the north side of my house, it goes to a dead end. I haven't done that sidewalk, you know,
Get up to his house, will you? Andy?
you know, I could, not a big deal. I just haven't done it, you know, just because it's dead end. So, but all the other sidewalk I do, and it's if you do it, it's easy to stay on top of it, you know. But anyway, I'd like to hear some other feedback too.
Well, the only other concern I found driving, especially up like above the hill above, like 3,300, 3,550 up there, is when the plows are plowing the streets, there just isn't anywhere else for the snow to go. So they're piling up right on the intersections. And so, you know, even the people are keeping their sidewalks clear, but then there's still not a movable pathway to cross the street. So even though there's a sidewalk to walk on, they're still being forced to go around because there's so much snow on the intersection that they can't even, it'd be like climbing a mountain trying to get through the area. So I think they're even still being forced onto the roads on some of the higher elevation streets.
That's true too, yeah.
And those are some we'll try and get cleared up in the next few days. If the snow stops, we'll get the or the backhoe and the loader back out to try and move some of that snow in exactly the places Andre's talking about. Because there are problems where at an intersection there's a bank of snow, so the sidewalk runs into the snowbank in the street.
So and then my only other question, I guess, would be for the council is that my concern would be where liability would fall. If we made a choice to, you know, regulate some sidewalks and not other sidewalks, if people are walking on the sidewalk, you know, and it's the homeowner's responsibility, then if they were forced out onto the road, would that become the city's responsibility if something were to happen to that person walking out in the street? So that would be my only other concern, is where the liability would change.
Be a John question, wouldn't it?
Just general tort law, even not just the municipal protection that we have aside. There's too many intervening factors, you know, where they're walking on the street, how fast the person that is driving by them is. So we probably wouldn't experience any liability, but that doesn't mean it's not something we should be concerned about, because the safety of our residents is, you know, paramount. And that's the whole reason we plow the roads, is to keep people as safe as we can.
So have we identified these areas, these intersections where there is a safety hazard, and is it something we can get our arms around and actually, do we have the equipment and the manpower to address those particular situations, or is it bigger than?
I would expect by the end of the week, those intersections would be cleared out, provided there's not a significant amount of new snow to plow.
Well, and they'll stay clear until the next storm comes.
Yeah, the challenge is I don't expect these large snowbanks to melt until later. They'll probably be here for a while. As big as they are and as cold as it's going to be for the next week. Councilman Swanson?
I wouldn't want to do an official moratorium. I would suggest we lean more towards some leniency and giving people plenty of time.
That's probably, I like that.
You know, where you're going around, you can talk to folks, you can let them know that we still do require the sidewalks to be cleared, but we understand that this is an extraordinary year, and so, you know, the usual, 24 hours after a storm that they're expected to be clear, that, you know, maybe we go to 48 or 72 hours and give people a chance to catch up.
Okay. Well, and I think after the snow stops for a couple of days, it'll be a lot easier to figure out who's planning on clearing their walkways and who isn't.
Right.
So those will be the easier people to find and talk to than trying to drive around now in the middle of a storm trying to talk to everybody.
Did you say the snow was going to stop?
That it says on the end of Thursday, Friday, for like a week, hopefully, there's like a little sun on my app on my phone. So,
Sun and like 15 degrees.
it will be cold.
But it is sun.
Sun, not snow.
We'll take it.
Mayor, I have a couple of concerns. One would be kind of related to this, but I wonder if you would mind putting on your Facebook page, because you get a lot of exposure on that. We really ought to be aware of where fire hydrants are too, and have people that know where there's a fire hydrant. We're not going to ticket them, but we ought to encourage them to dig that fire hydrant out, and so that that people can, the fire department needs it, and I'm sure the fire department in the past, they've done some of that too. And then I would encourage you, Mayor, to draft a little letter to the church leaders around and ask them to make sure that there's undoubtedly some senior citizens that can't clear the sidewalks, and just ask them if they can enlist the scouts or the old high priests or the elders or whoever, somebody to make sure that those sidewalks are cleared.
Let me talk on the fire hydrants real quick, and then I'll have John talk about a program we'd like to just throw out as an idea. The fire hydrants, we've heard several concerns, exactly what you mentioned, Councilman Uri, that they are buried in many cases by multiple feet of snow. The city, to put a number on the problem, has about 1,300 fire hydrants, so there's no physical way for us to clear those, especially because the ones who would are the ones who are plowing snow. So the fire department does have them all GPS to within 6 inches, so they are confident they can find them if there is an emergency and get them dug out. But that is an extra step, obviously. So for either later this year, if we get them in time, or next year, we're working with the fire department to get some little flags that will go on there, so that, because I think many, if not most, residents would clean them off if they knew where it was, but in some cases they've actually just kind of lost track of exactly where it is in the snowbank. So we're going to work on that program for next year, or like I say, maybe possibly this year, but most likely for next winter, to have some flags on them.
Well, for this winter, they could probably go out with some orange paint and let the homeowners know where those are.
That's true.
Great
Yeah,
idea.
on the road.
On the snow. They could paint that right on the snow, and homeowners could dig them out.
Because most of the times that they're dug out, in fact, all the times, it is the homeowners. And I think most homeowners will if they.
Ours is dug
know.
out.
Yeah. Okay, great ideas, Councilman Swanson.
I know last year up in my neighborhood, the scouts went around on a Saturday and cleared out, 2-3 dozen of them. Hint, hint, scouts. Good service project, but it was, they got it done in just a few hours, and off they went. It was a good project.
Okay, I wanted to mention too, just real quick, something we're looking at, an idea we got from Denver. It's just a volunteer program to help senior citizens. John's been doing some research on it.
So this program's designed to pair volunteers with folks who are over 55 who aren't capable of clearing their snow. And what the system, or what the program does, is whenever there's 2 inches or more of snow, they're supposed to go out and help clear it off to help avoid injuries from slip and falls and help the folks get in and out of their houses. It's teamed up with a group called the Volunteers of America. We actually have a Volunteers of America in Utah as well. They're not currently doing this program, but the only reason that I think that the Denver program actually works is because they have a separate group involved in it, because there's background checks, there's lots of things that have to go on whenever someone's an official volunteer of a nonprofit or a municipal organization. And my guess is, so as we've kind of looked at it, probably the best situation for our city is to help promote this idea, but maybe not be the person who's holding all the apples together, if that makes sense. So we could help find someone to coordinate it. We can help coordinate with local groups, nonprofit groups, churches, scout troops, things like that, and just find out how we can best get the word out so that we can find the individuals who need the help. But I'm not sure that we have the capacity from an employee standpoint to manage it. So we need to find a volunteer, someone who could do it for us. Otherwise, or we could budget to maybe add a part-time person in the wintertime to to help kind of coordinate activities like this.
So that's just kind of more informational at this point. We're looking at trying to do something, and likely in conjunction with local religious or volunteer organizations. Councilman Turner?
So I know that the LDS Church has got that justserve.org, and I know that the communities, Weaver County, and if you type in the zip code now, I like when you go within 10 miles, it has, this may be something that we could look at. I'm not sure how that all goes and how you get them on that program,
So I think, that type of a thing would be good, where we could have if there was a volunteer or somebody who wanted to head it up, they could get the names of the people who need help. They could sign up on the Just Serve website so that people could log in and say, I want to help shovel. Then they know who to contact, and they can say, great, here's 2 houses that need your help. And so that's one way we could do it. I do know some of the other congregations around have actually assigned, the young men or the young women, or, the others, or one of the other groups to specifically adopt the older folks within their boundaries. And, they just looked at age. They didn't care much about whether they were, went to their church or not, and they just took care of everyone in their boundaries. But not every group does that. But I think that where there's a need, if we could get the word out, we'd get the volunteers to do it. It's just getting the word out that's the biggest struggle we have.
So any other feedback for Andre Council or discussion on snow plowing? Do you have any questions you'd like to ask or concerns you want to raise? Anything about snow?
I like the comment that Phil had about having her use her discretion with them, talk to them, and just give her some leeway to where she doesn't have to be so hard-lined, but that she can have some, which you're not, but I mean, here's the rules, and you're willing to work with them on it.
Okay.
And let her have that. I kind of like that idea. Just
Yeah.
she can fill it out. I personally, I got 3 boys that can handle snow blowers, and I ought to be shoveling everything. So I'm gonna make them go do the whole neighborhood.
I'm 55 next year. You can adopt me.
If my kids won't do it for me.
All those boys, if they need a place
Okay,
to
Andre,
stay, they
anything
can come
else?
over to my house.
I think so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Andre's really doing a great job for us.
Thanks, Andra.
Thanks.
Okay, we'll go back on track then here, council, to item 2, which is information on items the city council members would like to be considered for fiscal year 2018 budget. We're about to begin the process for the city's budget. The city runs on a budget year that is not from January. It begins in July 1st, and then the city budget runs through June 30th, so it's actually half of one year into the half of the other. So the city budget, since it's January, we're starting the work on the new budget that'll begin in July. So I've asked the council members just to give us, or have an opportunity, if there's some things they'd like to share for us to be considering in the budget process. And then what will happen, myself and the staff will work to develop a proposed budget to bring back to the city council. Actually, we'll hold a budget retreat with the council and the staff first, and then we'll develop a proposed budget to bring to the council. The council will make the changes that they'd like to see. Ultimately, the budget is a product from the city council. They can change anything they wish out of the proposed budget. The city council has the ultimate say in the budget. So we in North Ogden like to have a very collaborative process from the beginning to have council input, so we know we're kind of on the same page as far as how the budget is going to go. We have the council support for the tentative budget that gets produced, and so that's this opportunity, council. If there's anything you'd like to share of what are some just big priorities or small items as well, it'll help us over the next month as we get ready to kind of have that first budget meeting. And our finance director, Evan Nelson, is here, and our city treasurer, Jamie Jones. And they're available if there's specific questions you have for them, council. So with that, is there anyone who'd like to go first on budget priorities?
I think I sent you an email with some of mine, didn't I? Did you get that?
I'm not remembering it, but
Okay.
I
It's
did
all
get
right.
about
It's the effects of the polar.
a lot of emails lately. I think I've sent you back on all your other ones, but do you want to go first, Councilman Turner?
I got to remember them all.
Okay.
That's why I sent the email.
Okay, should we come back to you
So,
then?
well, I can send you the email too. I mean, I know it was, I'll look for it.
Councilman Swanson?
One of the items that I think the Public Works Department is looking forward to next year is another snowplow. Another one of those big snowplows. That was brought home to me the other day as I was driving through Pleasant View and saw one of their elderly snowplows with a broken left rear axle. Mm-hmm. And the blade is down and the truck is full of salt and and they've got an axle that snapped because the truck is sold. And I know we've got a couple remaining old plows that are manual transmission and just a real fun piece to drive. So another plow is on my list. And then there's some items that'll come from the police department. I'm just getting the final things from Chief Warren on that.
Okay. Councilman Satterthwaite?
So I have some small item or two, and then one we've talked about before that's rather large, actually. Let's see, the sign, flashing sign like we have at 3100 and 1050. We want to put one down at 1050 and 2600. There's been numerous accidents there, including this survivor here. So, and I know 4 people personally that have been in an accident there. On the south side of the Public Works building, just north of the retention pond, there's a fence, but we could put some slats in there and hide some. It's hard to. I talk to Dave every now and again about us trying to keep order around the Public Works building. It's a little difficult because there's always vehicles moving and there's maintenance being done and so on. But and I know Dave's got it in his plan to put some stripes so when employees come, you got an orderly place to park. But just some simple slats in that south fence. I've probably had 3 or 4 people mention that to me or mention that view, and I think it'd go away with some slats. And I have the police department, one of the things I look back on my notes in the first year that I was on the council, and one of our discussions was police department, like we need to do something there sometime. And personally, I have thought that we can do a renovation over there. I think that should be considered. Make sure that that's possible, that's realistic. But I think we need to start putting some money towards the renovating the police department. And then finally, and I brought this up before, you're at least all the council's aware of the depreciation project where we're trying to identify all assets in the city. And once identified, we have a set of rules about how we replace those and what money should be set aside year by year so that we have the funds in place when the time comes. And we've only done the meters, water meters, and radios so far, but the number's already around $600,000. Dave's got some guys. We've been working real hard this last couple of weeks to get other data in place so that I can finish the calculations for the water system, the sewer system, and the storm drain system, and maybe road segments. But we already know about $600,000 that should be put aside next year. And the request or the challenges is bigger than just $600,000. It's really putting in place some way, some method, so that when we put that money aside, that it's tied to a set of assets, and that it doesn't get I can see a council 4 or 5 years from now coming in and seeing all that money and saying, wow, what are we going to do with all this money? But we should all know exactly where it is and why it's there and have it tied to specific assets. And we'll be able to provide the lists of those. But having a mechanism in place for that to actually work, even if it doesn't work 100% like all the money we really need, we need to have a method in place and a plan towards getting those funds together over time. That's the big one.
Okay. Thank you. Others?
I talked to you about the one concern I have, you know, but there is another thing. I think we need to look at, still at cleaning up the old Public Works building area.
Oh, yeah.
That just is an eyesore and it needs to be cleaned up and a for sale sign put up there or something. We need to start trying to market it.
Okay.
And also, I think last budget, other things were of a priority, and Tiffany, some of the things that she needed for Parks and Rec kind of got put on hold. I'd like to see that her list is realistically looked at and not pushed over this year.
Are you talking for like new employees and stuff?
I can't remember if it was new employees or if they needed some equipment, or probably mostly and storage. I think there was some storage was considered.
Okay.
Mayor. That reminded me that Public Works put off purchasing 2 trucks last year at our request and got another year out of them. A couple of their older trucks, so we need to be looking at replacing those this year.
And Dave and I have been talking about a new way to do this.
Dave's talked to me as well, and I think it's awesome.
Yeah, I do too, if it's real. So that'll come up in your meetings, and it may alleviate this whole
Yes.
thing, and they're gonna be all happy campers. Looks like to me.
Okay, any others? Okay, well, that gives us a good list, and Councilman Turner, I will get your email
I resent
added
it.
to this.
I
Oh, you
did, yeah,
okay?
yeah.
Thank you.
There were some items, but I'm going to have more than just this too. But it was just talked about Chalk Festival and some Barker Park and paving some trails and
Okay.
stuff. So, but there's going to be others. That those were some that I thought you wanted them before the meeting, and so that's why I sent them. And it was on Friday.
I think I was just surprised because you were the only one who sent them before the meeting. So,
No, I sent them Friday. It was no big
Okay.
deal.
What are you
I just
saying,
resent
Mayor?
it.
okay. I hope you'll still approve the things I asked for in the budget. Denied.
Send those to us.
Beforehand.
CDA or the RDA.
Okay, moving on.
I haven't seen the mayor get this read in a while.
There's some important things in the budget I'll be asking for too, so. Okay, we got a good list then of items, and we invite all our citizens and residents to pay attention to the budget process. It's one of the most exciting things that happens every year in the city. It takes about, seems like half the year we're preparing the budget to execute it for 1 year, so
Well,
a lot goes into it.
I've told you this before, if we raise the dog licenses $1 a year, this room will be packed. When we start talking about spending millions of dollars, nobody's here.
So let's
largely been
let's,
true in my
let's propose
experience.
raising them $1, and on the same night talk about the spending millions.
Okay.
And of course, we'll have a lot of information out online, on Facebook, and then in these meetings about the budget. And we welcome everyone's participation and involvement. Okay, with that, we'll go then on to item 3, public hearing to receive comments on a proposed annexation. Our city planner, or actually, our recorder, Annette Spendlove, is going to present this item, and then we'll hold a public hearing on it, council, and then it will be before you for an action as well.
Mayor and council, this item came up before you on November 7th, and you accepted the application to start the process. It's for property located at 158 West Loman View Drive. The Weber County Surveyor has received the annexation plat map and made some minor changes to it, so it would fit in. It was correct. There were some property lines that were wrong. The property is within the North Ogden City Annexation Declaration Policy. The petitioner is requesting an R110 zone, and the Planning Commission has recommended that zone also. They've reviewed this. The law requires that the city give notice of an annexation for 3 consecutive weeks, and that's been in the newspaper, and that's been done. And it also gives a written protest period, which is 30 days, and that was up January 20th, and we didn't receive any written protests. So it's before the council now to decide whether to annex or not.
So council, this was a largely correction, annexation, and we do have the applicants here tonight, the Henningers. Half the home was annexed, half was not. No one's sure exactly how that happened, but it did when they, and are just basically trying to get that fixed. So do you have any questions before we hold the public hearing? Oh, and here's the map.
Yeah, this is where their home sits currently, right here. And they went to build a garage right back here, I'm guessing.
Well, it's got an auxiliary building back in the corner.
Oh, and that's when we found out that this piece wasn't annexed in.
So is it part of Pleasant View right now?
No, it's part of Weber County.
Okay.
There's still a couple more properties before Pleasant View as well in the city.
But as I recall, the dwelling straddled 2 different pieces of property, at least.
Yes, it does. It's the majority of their properties right here in North Ogden City, but it looks like it's got portions in Weber County.
Right. No, I say let's have the public hearing.
Okay, then the public hearing on this annexation is now open, and that's, in this case, probably largely a formality, but anytime a parcel is annexed into the city, there's a public hearing, so if neighbors are opposed, they're welcome to come and speak, or in favor. So is there anything you'd like to share, Henningers, on the petition during the public hearing?
No, we eat breakfast in North Ogden and sleep in Weber County.
Okay.
How does it feel?
All in one government is enough to deal with, so.
Well, if somebody breaks into your house and is in the bedroom, then call the sheriff's department.
We'd much rather have you in the city all the way.
Okay, seeing no comments, is there a,
Move to close the public hearing.
And second.
we have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, then the public hearing is closed, and council, this item then, now item 4, is your consideration of this annexation.
Ordinance number?
Yeah, let's,
2017-01.
I'd make a motion, we approve ordinance number 2017 dash what?
1.
1? First ordinance of the year? Gosh.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve this annexation, 158 West Loman View Drive. Is there any further discussion? Start the voting with Councilwoman Stoker,
Yes.
Councilman Satterthwaite,
Yes.
Councilman Uri,
Yes.
Councilman Swanson,
Yes.
and Councilman Turner.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then that annexation is approved, and we welcome your whole house in North Ogden City.
Welcome to the city.
Okay, we'll move right on to item 5, discussion or action to consider acceptance of the Coldwater Meadows subdivision. Every new subdivision that's built has to be approved by the city council. And our Public Works Inspector, Justin Schinzel, who's been plowing snow most of the day, and most of yesterday is here to tell us. So welcome.
We'll just say most of the month.
I think you
I think
saw
that's
his
the-
office earlier.
Yeah, and if you saw my office, I'm sorry. It's a little out of disarray.
Oh, was that where the cot was?
I meant the cot.
Oh, no, the cot wasn't in my office. That's
Okay.
down in the mechanic shop. That's where Tyrell has to hang out.
Okay.
So, yeah, we're at the phase of a conditional acceptance to put into the 1-year warranty period on our Coldwater Meadows subdivision. It is a small 4-lot subdivision that actually was put in with the addition to the Quell Meadows Assisted Living Facility, right there on 2100 and 800 East.
Was that where they built the house across the street from that?
Yes, there's
And
4
they've got-
lots.
And they've got another one started, right?
Yes, they've got another phase started back behind there, but all the infrastructure's in, minus a street light because for some reason the electrician doesn't want to go dig through frozen ground. I don't know. But the money and everything's in place. All's ready to go. As soon as we get a little bit of a thaw out, then he'll put the light pole in.
Any questions, council, on this subdivision?
So we just need a motion?
Yes, this is just a motion, right? Not a ordinance, yeah.
I move that we accept the Coldwater Meadows subdivision Phase 1 as Justin's explained.
Conditional acceptance?
Conditional
Yes,
acceptance,
conditional
yeah.
acceptance.
Only question I have is I want to make sure we don't run into what we did over by 1700. Have we got the right color pipes?
Yes, we have the right color pipes and
And the
And the
tracer
manholes.
wires.
Have
and the
the right
tracer
names
wire,
on them.
and we've gone quite above and beyond with that.
That's great.
I even have accurate GPS locations of everything.
And it's
We have
not in
a
his head,
motion
it's
then.
written down.
I second
Is
it.
there, oh, okay, and a second from Councilman Swanson. Further discussion? So the pipes are good, double, triple checked?
Yep.
Okay.
Have you given the amount of the depreciation to Lynn so he can keep track of that?
Not quite yet.
We got bigger
We have
elephants.
enough in that list already.
Yeah. I've been helping out a little bit with that, and it's quite the undertaking. It's going to be great information. It's going to be extremely helpful for the city as far as the calculations, but it is an undertaking. There's quite a bit of infrastructure that we're getting charted out.
Okay, any further discussion? And this motion, again, is to approve a conditional inspection, or conditional approval for Coldwater Meadows Phase 1. We'll start the voting with Councilman Satterthwaite.
Yes.
Councilman Uri,
Yes.
Councilman Swanson,
Yes.
Councilman Turner,
Yes.
and Councilwoman Stoker.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then that comes for the next year. We'll monitor the infrastructure. If any problems develop, the contractor will need to fix that before it comes before you again this time next year, or whoever's in all of our positions this time next year for a final approval. Okay, we'll move on to item number 6, similar item to consider conditional acceptance for the Legacy North subdivision here behind City Hall.
Yes, so this one's actually a little different because all we are going to take over is the actual pipes, the sewer, the water, the storm drain, the roads, the sidewalk, all that will actually go into the HOA and be maintained by the HOA of Legacy. So it's actually a little easier on us.
Part of that has to do with the width of the roads too, correct?
Yes.
So we had a discussion on that, Justin, over behind the theaters. And they wanted us to take that stuff over, and we said no. So why would we want to do it for this one?
This one, it's just,
We're not taking over the water and the sewer and that stuff?
yeah,
Recall that when
There's our city planner, Rob Scott.
when this came up for final approval, they got some special exceptions that the city council granted particular to this project. That's the reason why.
When we bought the property for the parking lot expansion and then tied in the city's sewer right out here
Oh,
yes.
through
Through
Legacy to better drain this whole area and storm drain.
The city council actually had considered those changes, and you approved those specific to this project.
So we have a new storm drain line now that goes through this subdivision.
Yes.
Whereas we didn't before, which was contributing to dumping a lot of water over onto this property.
If I make myself clear, Mayor, it's not that any of the infrastructure has changed, it's the design of the subdivision, the road width, the lack of a sidewalk on one side and what have you. That's what the council approved in terms of the design, because it's consistent with the other phases of Legacy.
I understand that now, but if we're taking over the infrastructure, so help me understand this, if something happens there that road needs to be dug up, then they don't have to take care of the road, even though the road is theirs. We have to take care of the road because we dug it up to take care of the infrastructure. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. As far as anywhere in the city that goes, if we dig up an easement that we have through a private property or whatever, we have to still address that and get it back to as good or better than what it was. Realistically, the way the HOA kind of works and things, it does benefit the city in the fact that all the sidewalk, all the road, actual road, if it's starting to deteriorate to a non-drivable condition, they will replace the whole thing, and we're no longer liable. They've also done some really nice things with going on with our new parking area that we're gonna put up. They've done a extremely nice cement retaining wall and putting a very nice fence up along it. So I feel that, you know, it's beneficial to the city the way it's set up to have this into our city.
The other, let's see, storm drain and sewer is still theirs.
No, it is ours.
It'll be ours.
The whole, we're taking the whole enchilada. I mean, there's,
Yeah.
the properties down south, I don't remember the name of the subdivision. They wanted us to take over.
That's right. And we said no because we didn't want to.
Because in that one, it was to benefit the private developer who
Yes.
wanted to tie in. In this case, the city wanted to tie in sewer and storm drain from right here and run it through the neighborhood. So it's similar, but there's a big difference. This is benefiting the city, not, in that case, it was the private developer who wanted the city to take those lines so he could do his private development.
So it's actually already the same way in the prior phases of Legacy. So we already maintain the water, the sewer, and the storm drain of what's already in the pre-existing phases of Legacy.
Were you aware of that? So, so what's different? When did we take that over, or did we always have it?
We've always had it from the time that it's gone through this process of development. We've always been over that of Legacy. Now, we don't do any of the streets, any of the sidewalk.
So minus streets and sidewalks, it's all ours,
Yeah,
and always has been.
yes.
Then go for it.
Any other questions on this, or John, do you have any comments?
It's not atypical to have some public improvements or what you typically call a public improvement to be split between private and public ownership. It happens regularly in other cities. Most of the time in our city, we take ownership of everything, but, and I think the other issue is that these improvements that were put into Legacy were put in at our standards. And I don't know about the one to the south. They might have.
They were undersized.
So that also comes into play a lot. Is if things are undersized, then I would never recommend that a city take ownership of something that doesn't meet the established engineering standards. So, but that's not the case for Legacy. They've met everything that we've asked them to.
Okay, other discussion on this, Councilman Turner.
I'm just going to make a motion.
Okay,
Make a motion that we accept the conditional acceptance, I guess, of the Legacy North subdivision as described by Justin and the infrastructure.
Second.
okay, we have a motion and a second for conditional acceptance of Legacy North subdivision. Is there any further discussion? We'll start the voting with Councilman Satterthwaite,
Yes.
Councilman Uri,
Yes.
Councilman Swanson,
Yes.
Councilman Turner,
Yes.
Councilwoman Stoker.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then that passes. And again, we'll come back in a year with another report if the infrastructure is still in good shape and ready to be fully taken over by the city.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, up next, council, we have two items related to a land use permit system. We've discussed this with you before. Rob and Brandon have been working a lot on this, as well as the Planning Commission, to develop a proposal for a land use permit system. It arose out of concerns about fence. Currently, we don't have any kind of a permitting process on a fence, which is nice in some ways, but in some ways it's bad for the owner and the city when there's a lack of clarity about what was or wasn't said down the road by a city employee as to what's appropriate for the fence. Just one example. So this is a proposal. We're bringing it back to you tonight for a discussion. If you're like it on the first draft, you can pass it as well, but we're not necessarily expecting that. We think there'll be a good discussion on it, and whatever changes you'd like us to make, we'll prepare and then bring it back. So with that introduction, our city planner, Mr. Rob Scott, will turn it over to you for some information about the land use permit system.
Thanks, Mayor, members of the City Council and audience. This is a legislative matter. When the City Council is acting as the land use authority, you are acting in a legislative capacity. You have wide discretion. Examples of legislative actions are the general plan, zoning map, and land use text amendments, and that's what we're dealing with tonight, is a land use text amendment. Legislative actions require that the Planning Commission give a recommendation to the City Council, which they have done. Typically, the criteria for making a decision relating to a legislative matter require compatibility with the general plan and existing codes. And hopefully we throw in a little common sense into all of this along the way as well. In terms of background, the mayor has given a good recitation of that. Planning Commission held after several discussions, held a public hearing on January 4th, and the Planning Commission, as part of their draft, has made a couple of edits, and I'll point those out to you, but they are recommending adoption of this ordinance amendment. If you look at page 2 of the staff report, there's a summary there of what's contained within this ordinance. And as part of this discussion, what we ended up doing is taking a hard look at the chapters in the zoning ordinance that relate to the overall administration of the zoning ordinance, as well as the subdivision ordinance in terms of interpretations. And what we found out is that we have some language that is out of date as it relates to the duties of our building official and the planning director for the city. So let me just go through this list, and then we'll go through the ordinance here. First of all, this ordinance updates the responsibilities of the building official and the planning director. The planning director is responsible for the processing of administrative applications and is designated as the land use authority for the interpretation of the zoning ordinance. What does that mean? That means when someone comes into the office and they ask a question about a particular project, a property, whatever it might be, staff on a regular basis, we identify what the regulations are associated with that. So in practice, what it's saying is what we do in practice. We share with them the direction for that particular ordinance and what it says. Second thing is that fees for processing applications are referenced. Notice of decision process is formalized. I was talking to Councilmember Satterthwaite earlier today. The significance of a notice of decision is that once an application has a decision rendered upon it, then we are under it's common sense that we do this, but we're under obligation to inform the applicant of what that decision was. So, for example, if you have a subdivision that received preliminary approval, typically there's a series of conditions that go along with that. So we identify those for the applicant, so as they prepare for final, then they're not guessing as to what do I need to do next. We have that listed for them so that they can comply and move forward with their project. So that's a very important part of this particular ordinance. Hearing and publication notice standards are formalized. They're not anything new from what the city does and what's required in terms of state code. Permits and licenses must comply with the Land Development Code. That's clearly stated. An appeals process for administrative decisions is set up. A land use permit system is established, and inspections for land use permits are subject to inspection. The building official's duties for processing building permits and code enforcement are identified, and a section on certificates of occupancy is included. And lastly, the planning director is designated as the land use authority to interpret the subdivision ordinance. So maybe we can just pull up the ordinance itself, and we'll see if you have questions relative to this. The Planning Commission, I should state, is unanimously recommending adoption of this ordinance. We did make a couple changes today at the end that are more formatting than anything, so I'll share those with you as well. So basically, the zoning ordinance is Title 11, and the first chapter of Title 11 relates to the overall administration of the zoning ordinance. So the first section there is basically to establish regulations and procedures for processing those applications that are allowed under Title 11. Again, that's the zoning ordinance. Secondly is administrative authority. It talks about the charges to the planning director as far as administration is concerned. I've identified a couple things. Home occupations and land use permits are specifically given to the planning director to be responsible for those. The last sentence in the next paragraph, I think, is telling, because what this does is it gives planning staff the ability, if we have someone that comes in, for example, and there's a dispute as to whether or not somebody should do something or not something, we have the ability to take that directly to the Planning Commission and have them be the arbiter relative to a particular item. And I've only had to do that a few times, but I found that that's a very smart thing to have, is our ability with respect to that. The last sentence on this page, further, the planning director is designated as the land use authority to interpret Title 11 of this code. So I've done that a number of times since I've been here. Someone will come to me and say, what does this mean? And so I've actually written a letter identifying what I believe is the city's position relative to this. I can tell you I never do those things without consulting our legal counsel. Make sure we're on sound footing. Any questions about those basic provisions? Okay, let's go to page 2. Some of these are sort of housekeeping things. Fees for processing applications. The city has obviously a consolidated fee schedule. This simply references that. It basically establishes a standard that once an application is deemed to be complete, someone has 6 months to actually act on that application. Otherwise, they end up having to resubmit an application. And I can tell you this is a very valuable provision. Some cities that I've worked in, somebody submits something, if they don't have a provision like this, that goes into what some people would refer to the black hole. You might change ordinances, it's just a really wise thing to have in place. I referenced notice of decision, that's section D, and gave you a brief description of that. If you have any questions about that, please feel free. Again, the hearing and notice policy is reinforced here. Section on permits and licensing. People have the responsibility to follow this ordinance when they make a determination to issue a permit or a license. And then the next section is on appeals. 15 calendar days after the date of the written notice of decision, appeals from an administrative decision shall be heard as decided as outlined in 11.4. So that's the section that gives that authority to our hearings officer. Any questions about that, those sections? A lot of this is cleanup. A lot of it is making sure that we've got an effective process. The next section is entitled Permits Required in Enforcement. So this is the section that deals with the establishment of land use permits and that they are required and how those function. It also shares a process for the revocation of a land use permit. It's basically whoever issues the land use permit is the body that would revoke it. The next section deals with code enforcement, and this is the one that is specifically identifies. You'll see an awful lot of this language we've retained, but there's some introductory things that we've changed in terms of code enforcement. Instead of calling them the building inspector, the official title is building official. And he, in this case, he is charged with being responsible for obviously issuing building permits, and there's the identification of those things that in a second you'll see how there's a difference between those items as well as the land use permit requirements. One of the things the Planning Commission wanted to see inserted here, you see the underlined section, land use permits are subject to inspection. And then the next, at the bottom, you'll see the building official or his/her. We put the he, she, his, her thing in there. That's the request of the Planning Commission. Then we get to the next page deals with building permits and land use permits. Item C is the one that really identifies those things that are subject to a land use permit. So under C, effective January 1st, and it could be whatever date you want, it is unlawful for any person, whether acting as an owner, occupant, or contractor, to fail to obtain a written land use permit from the director for the following things. So these are things that typically don't require a building permit. Some of them do, though, but for the most part they don't. So the installation of any asphalt, concrete, or other hard surfacing material or structure on any property other than walkways, ornamental landscaping features, or for the minor repair of existing legal hard surfaced areas. So anything that is going to be occurring on a site where we have specific standards as far as setbacks and locations of these kinds of things, that's where we have the ability to issue a land use permit and say, yes, your site plan complies. Item number 2, the use of or change of use for any lot or parcel. So when we have people that change a use, then they have the ability to come in and get a land use permit to make sure that that use is an allowed use. Number 3, and then
How about an
this is the
example
one
on that?
that's- So if you have, for example, someone that has a Commercial, well, let's see. Maybe we can just do if this one works, John. The acknowledgement that we just did, would that be a good example? So we have the issue with respect to somebody has a non-complying use. So, for example, we have some people who are giving us information in the RCC zone to clarify that they have a legal duplex. And so people have the ability to provide us information, and then we write an acknowledgement that in fact their non-compliant use is in effect. So we have the ability to do that.
Okay. One more.
If somebody has sometimes we'll have people that have a residential use in a commercial zone, and they will want to transfer that. For example, Olive Flutter down here on Washington, the bird station store. When that transferred, it was a house, and then it was transferred into a commercial use. It's another example of how that would occur. In that case, they went through a site plan review and, of course, business license and that type of thing.
Thank you.
Then number 3, the installation of fences. This is the one that kind of brought us to this, but it is later on here. So those are the typical ones as far as land use permits. It's very helpful, I think, to building officials. I don't think we have Gary here tonight, but I know from working with building officials for many years, building officials like to have a clear demarcation line between what is the building and our building responsibility and what is zoning or other regulations. So this helps do that. Let's see. It talks about the significance of any type of applications for building permits or land use permits. They need to have accompanying documentation. They need to have appropriate plans and specifications. Then we get to a certificate of occupancy. And when someone is completing their building construction, that is the certificate that the building official gives someone to say, yes, your building meets all of the building codes. So this outlines the process for that. And then here are the cleanup items we have down at the bottom here, Section 2 and Section 3. Just for clarification, we didn't want to eliminate all of these sections. We wanted to add some things. The first one was that we actually renumbered items subsection 6 and subsection 7. We've retained annexed territory and penalty. We've just shifted them down so that they become section 8 and 9. And then under the subdivision ordinance, under section 3, that's the existing language, 1215A. Then we're adding the sentence, the planning director is designated as the land use authority to interpret Title 12 of this code, similar to the Title 11. Be happy to answer questions. I think we're on the right track with this, council members.
Just a couple real quick questions, and
Sure.
You've probably got this covered in here. I just didn't see it, and maybe you do have, and it's out there obvious, but I still didn't see it. How is it handled, like for state permits? Like let's say they're doing something on their land use and it affects a well. Does that take it in-house, and do you guys handle that, or do they have to get any different permits, and that affects the land use permit or something like that, or do you understand my question?
Yep. And the question is, it might. So, for example, under our subdivision review process, if we determine that there are water rights associated with a particular property, then that is something that is reviewed by our city engineer as well as our public works director, and then they make a determination as to whether or not we're interested in that water right or whether or not we're not.
So do we need to?
They'll go ahead and make a determination. That's a separate and apart.
Okay,
from
so that doesn't
just
have anything
us.
to do with this. Okay,
That's separate and apart from it.
And same with easements.
Yes.
That'd be the same thing.
Correct.
Okay. That's why I didn't see him in there.
Well, it could involve an interpretation as to something that's going on, but what we try mightily to do is make sure that the appropriate person is responsible for dealing with issues. And what I mean by that is if it's a dispute between two property owners, we try not to get in the middle of it. We might mediate and suggest some things, but our city attorney doesn't give legal advice for private people. He gives it for the city. So we try to direct people to the right process as well as to the right resource to get an appropriate decision.
Thank you.
Other questions on this, council, for Mr. Scott? Maybe while you're thinking, I'll just mention real quick, again, I think a system like this, whether it's exactly the one in front of you or if you want to change it, will be good for all parties because it just provides clarity about what did or didn't happen when some of these land use things took place. If in 2, 3, 5, 10 years, a fence, since that's one of the things that this came up about, is in the wrong place, we're able to clearly say, well, you didn't get a permit, instead of right now, it comes down to, well, the building official told me it was okay on a telephone conversation, and no one has clarity. We're not trying to create new ordinances here just for the sake of regulating something. It's really not. It's to provide clarity for the city and the homeowner of what exactly took place and just provide that check that this land use action was reviewed by someone to make sure it complied with the city code. The fee, that'll be something to discuss later. I think it should be absolutely minimal or even nothing. But it's not a moneymaker either, to be clear. That's not our intent here. It's just, this really is about providing clarity for the homeowner and the city of what happened with the land use.
Just to follow up what the mayor said, as part of the budget, we'll be bringing the fee schedule, so I'll put that on my list of things for you to decide what you want to do. In the meantime, we won't charge a fee.
So, council, just piggybacking on what the mayor said, for example, the nice folks right here, they called and asked the city if they needed to get a permit from the city, and they were told, no, you don't need to get anything. And so if they had had a chance to come in and just stand across the counter, then we might have caught some of these things that they wouldn't have had to amend their fence after it was already being installed, or we could have maybe amended our ordinance before they went to work. So, that's the type of thing we're trying to help the residents by getting them to Gary and to Rob and to Brandon so that we can point them in the right direction. And then one other thing, so on the title you can see that stuff in blue. I just added that because in our title we didn't talk about amending chapter 12, and so I've just added that. And then also Annette would recommend that we capitalize city council, building official, and planning director. So those are the things that we would just recommend that if you pass it tonight, you and planning commission. So just those are the types of things that we just take into consideration if you're okay with those changes.
So there'll be a need to get it published to the people in the city that they now we require this. I think there's lots of people out there that will pour a cement pad and not think twice about. And we don't want to be too overly burdensome, but we've run into a number of situations. This council has that are bigger than a sidewalk for sure, but just lacked documentation all the way around, and everybody just wondered who did what when, and we can't find it. And that's the biggest value of this thing.
So if this passes, I'll put it in my I call it the community question corner in the magazine every month. I'll put it in there, but I think we'll also put it on our frequently asked questions on the website and do some other things to make it clear and to get it out to folks. In fact, we can even put a little thing on the mayor's page that lets people know that if you're doing a fence or concrete or these other things, you need to come and talk to us.
So I'm all for this, but I'll be frank, when I got through this all the way once, I thought, I really want to look at it more before. It's a big enough deal, I think, that I want to look at it some more.
Any more questions for Rob before we carry on the discussion? Of course, he's here if we need him. Thank you, Rob.
You're welcome.
Other thoughts on this, or are you in agreement with maybe then tabling this for a future additional discussion, take some time to look this over, Councilman Swanson?
Should we
have a
go ahead and
public
have the
hearing.
public hearing?
Oh,
And then we can
yes,
table the decision piece of it.
that's true.
Well,
Yes.
and it might be premature for me to have said that, because I'd really like the discussion. I mean, there's perhaps some meaningful discussion we can have after the public hearing still. Not just table.
Or items to research or work on for the future. And admittedly, we knew, I mean, this is ready to go, but also we know this is the first time you're actually seeing it, so we understand that. Okay, then the public hearing on this proposal for a land use permit system is now open. If you'd like to share anything on this item, we would love to hear from you at this time.
Good evening, Susan Clements, 668 East, 3125 North. I'm a little concerned as I heard Mr. Scott talk about the different things that are going to be different if you're going to put in a fence or you're going to put in a new parking pad or whatever. You need to contact the building official. Is that going to increase the workload for that person? Do we need more people? Do we need to increase pay? Just a thought.
Thank you, Mrs. Clements, and good questions. That will be part of our budget discussion this year as well. Okay, any other comments?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, any opposed? Thank you, then the public hearing is now closed. And that, just a note, every ordinance that's changed, the city council does a public hearing too. Usually, there's not that many comments, but once in a while, it's a major item and we get a lot of comments. So we go through that process every time. Okay, back to you then, council, for additional discussion, or if there's things you would like to see modified or changed, now's a good time to give those to Rob and John to work on a new version. Councilman Turner.
And just a question for clarity on if we're tabling this or not. If we did table it, does it affect item number 9 at all on the agenda? It wouldn't affect that at all?
No, I don't believe it would affect it because we're already in conversations with them and they're going to understand the law. So that's the whole use of that's the whole purpose of the land use permit is
Right.
to, and there's not a fee associated with it. So we could send them a letter afterwards that says, you know, what you've done, it complies with our permit, and so you're valid.
Okay.
So
I'm in agreement with Lynn. I haven't digested it as much as but I defer to you guys too a little bit in the sense that if you guys feel good about it, because I don't feel any strong feelings against it, and I just haven't read it all to make sure we had all our T's crossed and I's dotted and stuff, but I felt pretty good about what I perused,
Let me ask this for you and all the council. What do you feel about this concept in general of having a land use permit process?
In my head years ago, I could have swore we had to get a permit for a fence, and so I'm kind of always in my head I always thought we had one. So and that's been just the way I always thought. In fact, I had people ask me years ago, "Well, you got to get a permit for a fence." I told them that, not knowing that you didn't. So I always kind of thought we had a land use thing anyway. So.
Councilman Swanson?
I think as we've discussed before, this is a crucial step to making sure that we avoid these kinds of problems. And innocent parties doing what they think is correct and then an inspector happens to be driving by and stops and says, what are you doing? It just eliminates the headache and the heartache and the time and money and everything else that goes into having made a mistake, fixing it, and then having to go back. So I'm all in favor for it. I don't have any problem with it at all.
I think there's some of the detailed questions. I, for instance, asked the question, if I'm going to just pour a pad of cement, and so what are you going to use to decide whether that's legal or not? Is it the 50% rule? What else? It's the only one I could think of. But
Easements.
Yeah, location, depending on what the pad's for. You just take a look at it and make sure that it's placed in the right spot.
And one thing that's come up with concrete is sometimes it gets poured with a slope that dumps all the water from a rain gutter onto the neighbor's yard. And so we would also take that into consideration as well. We had that come up in the past couple of years. And so, if that's going to be the case, then they'll just have to rework the rest of the property a little bit to keep the water on their own property.
So what kind of workload are you seeing this increase, Mayor? Talking about, and Rob, talking about Mrs. Clements' question. I hear you, Mayor, saying, well, I think we should not have any cost to it, but it's gonna cost somebody. If you're talking about hiring new people.
Well, I don't think that we're in the situation where we're going to need another person simply to do land use permits. Frankly, I think it's going to save the money to the city in the long run. As far as the pay me now, pay me later thing, if you pay it up front, then we know it's done right. Then it's not something that Andrea has to worry about afterwards. So I think it's one of those things, it's kind of a preventative thing that really is paying dividends to the city.
And
When someone comes in and we usually deal with these things like within 10 minutes, right? Yeah, I mean, most of the time. Sometimes we get something that's a challenge, but for the things that we're talking about, it doesn't take that much time.
the biggest time impact, Councilman, would be if we do inspections. And that's something that's still, it's included in here as an option, but if we did inspections, I think that's where we could really see a lot more time.
Well, I guess I'd like to, I don't want you to come in when we're going to budget now and saying, we passed this ordinance and so now we need to have another half-time person. And you know what, I recommended that we not charge any fees for this. Yeah,
Or minimal fee.
Yeah, that's it, that just doesn't make sense to me.
I have a lot higher priorities than that, council member.
Well, okay, but I don't want to be at budget time. I don't want you to come to me. Well, one of the reasons I need a half-time more person is because you passed this.
My office will not be asking for any additional staff.
say that one more time, Rick. No, the thing that is, there's an overwhelming need to document what happens in the city.
Correct.
And we can, I don't think I want to bring up some of the details of some of those situations, but pretty painful that things weren't documented. So I'm all for that. But this then is the segue into, there's lots more things that we want to issue permits for and approve and maybe inspect. And I think we got to go into that eyes wide open and be realistic about, what we really are going to do permits for.
So
Didn't we have a situation where there was somebody over at Utah Power or whoever the power company is?
Easement.
Yeah,
Yep.
easement, and they
For the
poured,
driveway, yeah.
so that's one I guess I will bring up. But,
that's the type of thing that we would.
but I just want to pour a pad of cement for the grandkids, okay? And now what? Not got to be sloped right?
Yeah, you don't want them falling.
Well,
Grandma
and
will take care of that.
part of this, if we just, put this off a little bit, as has been mentioned, in the budget, we're going to be bringing you some proposals for the planning, building departments, possible we're looking at, nothing set yet, but just even possibly relocating some departments within this building to eliminate having two public counters and consolidate some things to hopefully be more efficient in our use of employees. So it's all very premature at this point, but I think there's some good stuff John and the department heads are looking at, as well as staffing, because we have some folks retiring in both these areas. Well, not planning, but in building. There's some folks retiring. So it's probably going to be a very good topic in our first budget retreat in March. And that might help synthesize some of this together on the financial side. What the impact would be, what is the availability, capacity of those departments to handle these permits based on, I think we'll have a solid plan for what would like to do here at this building by then. John, do you have anything to add on that?
No, I think, yeah. I don't think it's going to take up as much time, more than they, typically when they come to the counter, our staff's here anyways, so it's easy. We're always getting up and answering questions and working with the public. That's what they do downstairs, is get up and answer questions and work with the public. It's what they're best at, so.
But then they gotta write it down, and they gotta write a approval or whatever. We gotta file it and send it out, and
yeah.
So I don't think it's going to be a net zero. But I think you're right. There's a lot of things that just are done, and we're going to maybe add a step or two, or a little bit of paperwork. But I think that's all good. We really need to document what we do and have it in a place for record.
Other discussion on land use permits?
I'd move that we table it to maybe the first council meeting after our first budget retreat, so that we have more information and some time to digest this, to look it over and understand how things are going to play with some of what you've alluded to that is premature at the moment, and give us a better bag of information to make a decision with.
And maybe with that, generate we see a list of new things that are going to need permits, and maybe it's concise enough there, but just a listing of here's what we will be doing as a result of this. Maybe it's a list of things we currently do that now we're going to change somewhat, and maybe some things that we're going to now be doing we haven't been doing in the past. That would be helpful to me.
So Lynn, on that, you mean a list of things residents will get a land use permit for, or a list of things that
At least that's
staff will be doing?
That's
Okay.
what I could articulate right now, and it might be more.
I kind of agree that I think people would look at this and they're like, I don't know what I need the land use permit for unless it was kind of defined for them. If they're putting up a dog kennel, do they need a land use permit? That's what they would ask, so.
Councilman Swanson?
Maybe a such as but not limited to list.
Yeah. Well, I can see it. It seems like, I know some sheds are going to need a building permit, but some, I think we've said, if they're some size, you don't need anything. Right? And yet this is telling me that we probably are going to ask them to.
200 square feet is the magic number. You get a land use permit for something less than 200 so that you know it's placed correctly.
But right now, I don't have to have a land use permit to.
Nothing for a shed under 200.
Yeah, so that'll be a good list to have on the table.
Okay, so we have a motion.
Do we have a second?
We don't have a second.
I second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to table this item to the first meeting after the budget retreat. And then a couple notes I've taken of things that we'll prepare to talk about in greater detail, probably just as part of the discussion about this department. is a land use list or of what items would require the permit, and then some more discussion and analysis on staff planning considerations for what workload this would produce and who's going to do that.
Which could include a list of what the workload we do now, but how that is somehow modified. You were going to add some to that workload because you're going to write an approval or store an approval and send it or whatever.
Okay, we've got those. Any other items or discussion on the motion? We'll start the voting with Councilman Uri.
Yes.
Councilman Swanson.
Yes.
Councilman Turner.
Yes.
Councilwoman Stoker.
Yes.
And Councilman Satterthwaite.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll work on those. Thank you, Rob and Brandon and planning staff for all the work on this, and John as well. And then we'll look for some more discussion on this during the budget retreat in March. Okay, item 9, moving right along. Discussion and action to consider an ordinance amending fence height regulations. And Brandon Bell, our assistant planner, will be the presenter on this. So welcome, Brandon.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. So this is a legislative decision. It's I'll forego this statement, as Rob's already read that on a previous item. The background on this item is there have been a number of meetings, both with the Planning Commission and then a single meeting with the City Council, standard meeting, but then also there have been 2 field trips to look at the fences within North Ogden and their degree of compliance with our current ordinance, and to help research what would be considered to be reasonable for any proposed change to the existing ordinance. One of the most notable items was a work session meetings occurred on October 4th. It was a joint work session with the City Council as well as members of the Planning Commission. Prior to that time, we presented a draft to you of a proposed amendment, and we took the feedback and guidance that was given in that meeting and drafted the current ordinance amendment that is before you tonight based on the guidance. In that meeting, we then received a recommendation from the Planning Commission on that ordinance, and so I'll give you a overview of that ordinance. Currently our existing ordinance, 6 feet in height is the maximum allowed fence height for rear yards in our city, with the exception of corner lots. On corner lots, there's 2 situations that the current ordinance contemplates and provides for. The first is situation A in the diagram above, where our ordinance currently reads if there's an adjacent driveway, then the fence can be up to 3.5 feet tall in the side yard that is adjacent to that driveway. And that's the driveway on the lot to the rear of the corner lot. And so you can see the dashed line denotes a 3.5 foot tall fence. If the driveway is not considered, if it's not considered adjacent, then on a corner lot, then, for the lot to the rear of the corner lot, then you can have a 6 foot tall fence. There's no, in our current ordinance, there's no specific guidance or there's no number that says what determines whether it's been adjacent or not. The way it's been being interpreted is whether the driveway is on the side of the home, the garage and the driveway are on the side of the home that are closest to the corner lot or not. And so that you can see the driveways in different positions on those 2 diagrams. The proposed ordinance amendment as written would change that to set a specific number as well as make a number of other changes. So it allows 6 foot fences on all corner lots, and then add some additional restrictions based on certain conditions. In the October 4th meeting, it was determined that the fence be located at 1 foot behind the property line as a requirement, and then also as a recommendation that it be that it can be located 3 feet behind the sidewalk for the purposes of snow storage safety, ensuring maximum usability of the sidewalk and appearance. As a practical matter, staff has written the ordinance to that requirement, but we've used somewhat different language than 1 foot behind the sidewalk. The easiest way to write it was, or I shouldn't say the easiest, the way that we found to write it that was most clear was by specifying 12 feet behind the sidewalk in the first paragraph.
12 feet behind sidewalk or behind curb?
I'm sorry, behind the edge of the asphalt. Or on the property line. And so that accomplished the objective that we understood was intended, but we had to use different language or it got unwieldy to read. So 12 feet behind the asphalt or the property line, and whichever of those is further behind the edge of the asphalt in the street.
Which assumes all streets are asphalt, right?
It does.
So doesn't my property line, don't I own to the middle of the road in some instances?
And that's exactly why we wrote it this way. We wrote so that it was on the property line or a line located 12 feet behind the edge of the asphalt, so that whichever is further away from the edge of the asphalt. That was actually the exact reason why I wrote it that way, because I recognize that in the RCC zone, there's property lines that where the street's not been dedicated and are actually in the center of the road. And so we had to provide this either or situation to make sure it stayed behind this sidewalk and out of and not in the road or in front of the property line. Okay, so the next point is there are 3 additional potential limitations depending on conditions. There are provisions B1, B2, and B3 after the general idea. The first is that we reiterate that any fence erected in one of these side yards of a corner lot in excess of 2 feet in height will not encroach into the 40-foot site triangle that's located in a separate portion of the ordinance. The second paragraph, provision B2, includes a requirement for the sake of safety that there be a 10-foot triangle through which a clear view is preserved and which a fence shall not be constructed at the rear corner of the lot when there is a driveway on the neighboring lot within 10 feet of the rear yard of the corner lot. So I'm actually going to move over to the board to help make sure it's clear. So what provision B2 states is that there needs to be a 10-foot triangle right here at where the side property line of the adjacent lot and the rear property line of the corner lot are, so that there's a smaller side triangle at the rear similar to the front, so that if someone's backing out here, there's vision for the vehicle backing out as well as for a pedestrian or bicyclist in that area, so that they have a line of sight to prevent accidents, etc. And then the third provision requires a 10-foot by 10-foot square on the lot that is adjacent to the rear yard of the corner lot, where no driveway may be constructed and no other obstruction to view is allowed, and then also the area directly in front of that square to accomplish the same purpose. And then just to clarify one thing about the 1 foot behind the sidewalk, I just draw a quick diagram. The 12 feet, the reason why it's 12 feet, just in case that's not clear, is we have a 4.5 foot park strip, a 4 foot sidewalk, that's 1 foot behind the sidewalk, and then a 2.5 foot curb. So 30 inches or 2.5 feet. That adds up to 12 feet. So in the ordinance, it references that 12 feet, and that's why we've written it the way we have.
Is it 12 feet or 144 inches?
That's up to you. Let's see. So this follows, according to staff's understanding and the Planning Commission's understanding, this follows the guidance that we were given on October 4th in that joint work session. It also happens to end up being the applicant that originally asked about this. Unfortunately, he's not here tonight. I informed him of the meeting a couple times, but he's not with us. And the goal or the guidance that was given in that city council work session and his desires ended up being the same. And so that's where we're at. And we believe that we've accomplished the goals that was given to us. If there's feedback, we're happy to take it.
Council, are there questions for Brandon on the proposal?
That's what we talked about.
Nope, I think it's exactly what we talked about.
So does this fence ordinance just cover the corner lots?
Corner lots, yeah.
Which is where we had the
Problem.
problem.
It does, and one reason why is because they've been the exception to the rule for obvious reasons. They face different issues of visibility, but we've got, in addition to the applicant and as well as the parties that are here tonight, we've received a number of phone calls about people having frustration about the inability to build a 6-foot fence, and so. As you remember in the last meeting, there was a lengthy discussion on property rights and usability of those backyards. And so this would bring this into as close of conformity with all the other lots in the city of their ability to build a 6-foot fence while still carving out reasonable exceptions for safety of pedestrians and auto traffic and the people backing out on driveways in lots that are adjacent to the corner lots. So.
Okay, thank you, Brandon. Excellent job. And council, this is now then before you for discussion or action.
Ordinance 2017-02.
Yes.
Good.
Mayor, I would move that we would approve ordinance 2017-02, amending chapter 11, section 12, subsection 11, fence height regulations as presented.
I second.
We have a motion and a second to approve this ordinance amending fence heights. Is there any further discussion?
Only that there's been a lot of discussion about this, so that somebody just sitting in this meeting only will not think this wasn't thought through. It has been.
Since October.
I still miss the mock-up.
Well, I think we've had some really good resident input, and it's much appreciated.
Okay, thank you. Excellent note, and there have been multiple meetings with the Planning Commission and the council on this. That's a good point to make. Okay, we'll begin the voting with Councilman Uri.
Yes.
Councilman Swanson.
Yes.
Councilman Turner.
Yes.
Councilwoman Stoker.
Yes.
Councilman Satterthwaite.
Yes.
Okay, thank you then. That passes and settles fencing for corner lots.
So
So
we just need to send out the approval here.
we'll let everyone know who's
Make sure
been
you
waiting.
get that in the mail.
We have a land use permit system,
And council can,
I think
I
so.
want an approval in lieu of or until.
so council, can I just point out, this is probably the first ordinance where both Rob and I, we've participated, but Brandon's really taken the laboring oar for this ordinance, and he's added this graphic, and he's done some things that have just really been well, and it's been great having him here, and this is kind of his first big project this has been a long ordinance, and he's trudged through it and been great to get it done for us.
Excellent. And these diagrams were awesome. These have been so helpful to help us understand, at least help me understand what we were
Brandon,
doing.
I can tell they're just setting the stage for us to have a salary increase for you.
It is budget time of year.
He's a big time now.
If only to put up with Rob and John. Still come out unscathed.
Excellent point. Thank you, John, for bringing that up. This has been very professionally done. Thank you, Brandon. As a true Ute graduate, right? Yeah. Okay, true Ute. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Okay.
Sorry, I'm Utah. Oh, I
Oh,
changed.
yeah. Okay. Okay, I knew it was Utah something. Okay. We'll go on to item 10 then, which is discussion, again, about the accessory dwelling unit ordinance that's been proposed for the RCC zone, the residential city center zone, the zone just north of City Hall here on the other side of 2600. This has been an item we've discussed as well multiple previous times, and I'm sure Rob will give some little bit of history here in his presentation.
Thanks, Mayor and members of the City Council. We met on this a couple of weeks ago, and you gave us some direction as far as some information that you wanted to have us bring back. I thought I would just reiterate just a couple of things before I get to those points. First of all, what is the rationale for why create an accessory dwelling unit ordinance? You recall that this was something that the Planning Commission determined as part of their review with the elimination of duplexes in the RCC zone. They felt it would be appropriate to soften the sting of downzoning, and it creates the potential for options for young people to return to North Ogden to live. And also, if the owner moves into an existing duplex, then it becomes a conforming ADU and the duplex right is lost. So it's again another incentive to move those things along, provide for additional housing types, which is what is called for in our general plan, and even suggest that accessory dwelling units is one measure of being able to do that. So if we can hit the staff report, if you wouldn't mind doing that, and then we'll go to page 2. I'm not going to go through each one of the list of things that are contained, because this is an ordinance that is, I would use the word comprehensive. Well, let's go down to the summary. So I won't read every one of these, but again, what this ordinance does, it allows for accessory dwelling units only in the RCC zone. It provides a purpose statement, requires that accessory dwelling units have to be part of an owner-occupant within one of the dwellings. Let's see. It requires separate living standard is provided. It requires eating, sleeping, and sanitation facilities be included within both the primary dwelling and the ADU. Has to meet all building and fire codes. Cannot be sold separately from the primary unit, so we don't have any illegal subdivisions that are going on. Home occupation licenses and ADUs are limited to a home office and require the property owner's permission. And then there's a fairly substantial list of design standards, and that's where we get into the options that you all requested. So I'm going to not go through all of these. But number 3 is one that I want to draw attention to. ADUs must be similar in appearance to the primary dwelling, and we have some standards that identify what those requirements are. Let's jump down to the next section where it talks about City Council requested options. There's been a lot of discussion about whether or not to have detached ADUs. And that is certainly a policy decision for the City Council. Hopefully I'm not speaking out of turn here, but I got the impression that you all felt comfortable with detached ADUs that happen to be in an existing garage. Other than that, you have some real question marks as to whether or not you want to allow detached ADUs at all. And that's certainly one of the options. If you simply eliminate those, then an accessory dwelling unit would have to be in the main dwelling, or, as I just said, in the in a detached garage above the parking space. So that's something that we can get into in a little bit more detail. I've given you some options in the ordinance, and I'd kind of like to reserve that to the next page where it talks about detached units shall be less than 40% of the total square footage of the primary dwelling. That is what the Planning Commission is recommending. They felt comfortable with that standard. You all have talked about doing something different than that, or maybe adding some additional standards with detached units to allow them only on a lot having a minimum of, and you didn't come up with a number, I threw a number in here, 10,000 square feet. Could be any number you want. So that could be an additional standard if you wanted to put something like that. You also are interested in looking at an additional separation standard from the main dwelling if it's a detached unit. I've thrown out a couple numbers for your consideration. The existing ordinance says 6 feet, 10 or 15 feet, whatever you feel is appropriate. So again, number 2 is the separation standard. Number 3, what floor size standard should there be in ADUs? Again, the Planning Commission recommended 40% of the size of the primary dwelling. You could go beyond that. You could add some additional standards relative to ADUs. You could limit ADUs to 50% of the total area of the primary dwelling. For attached ADUs, 40% of the total area for a detached accessory dwelling. Or you could use a different percentage if you wanted to do that. And then some cities actually have a maximum size requirement, having a percentage but not greater than a number, 650 feet or 800 square feet, whatever you desire relative to that. So I've got some options for you under option 1A. And I don't have a strong feeling about those. These are one of those ordinances relative to detached. I would feel comfortable if you said we don't want detached at all. I don't think that is a deal killer as far as the ability of people to have detached. I personally don't feel like there's going to be a huge demand for somebody to go create and build a detached ADU. I think more than likely someone's going to attach that to their existing dwelling, or they're going to put it in their basement or in a garage. So something for you to think about. I also provided some background.
We've got one question on that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I guess my mind just goes to, and it's probably in here, and I didn't read it, but when you have a detached ADU, that it has to be on a foundation or something, because the popular things now are getting to be these little mini houses that are built on a trailer type thing, and they can just pull them in somewhere and put them there. So
currently on our ordinances, John can correct me, I don't think we allow those. I don't think we do.
I don't think there's anything in our ordinance that I know we specifically, I think we prohibit temporary homes, which I think those would technically, because they're not physically attached to the ground. So.
Well, we probably ought to make sure of that before we have a bunch of people saying, well, I got an ADU on wheels and it's going right behind my house.
Very specifically in the ordinance, it says it has to meet all building and zoning codes. So, for what that's worth. Item number 3, let's see, we went through that. I gave you some information on some comparatives there. Number 4 was the one that talked about utility meters, and we talked about the language we have currently in there. Single-family dwelling with an accessory dwelling shall have 1 but not more than 2 meters for each water, gas, electrical service. So it gives some flexibility for the owner. Then the number 5, definition of owner-occupant. Haven't made any changes to that one, but that's the one that pretty clearly states what an owner-occupant is and the extent of it. We did put the standard in, has not changed relative to someone who's going for a period, I think we said 24 months. If you want to change that number, that's easily done on a temporary duty assignment, or temporary work, military, or nonprofit assignment. Then the last one was owner occupancy maintenance. And I thought there was a telling statement that I've quoted for you. We've got at least 10 cities that responded relative to their experiences with accessory dwelling units. And I've given you this quote relative to Farmington and their experience with having, where they, back in 2001, so they've had a fairly consistent and a fairly lengthy experience with eliminating duplexes, but they allowed a secondary dwelling is a basement or attached apartment, but the property owner must live on site. It has been 15 years since the ordinance changed, and the ownership provision has been a very good one for the community. It brought stability to these neighborhoods, and when an owner must live on site, he cares much more about the appearance of the dwelling and how it fits in with the ambiance of the area. Now, we've had discussions on other projects, and I know that this city council, and rightfully so, feel strongly about and make sure that projects are well maintained. And my experience has been that what takes place is that the people who are the owners of projects, they will basically determine the future of a project. If you've got good maintenance, the length of time that project's going to exist is going to be substantially more than someone who doesn't have a feel or a care for that. Had hopefully an interesting, engaging discussion with Councilman Satterthwaite this afternoon. We talked about the significance of this particular neighborhood, the RCC neighborhood, and what is its future. And one of the things that I shared with him was that as part of the staff report that talked about the elimination of duplexes was the significance of going beyond ordinances. I think we all recognize that ordinances have their place, but they are not a fail-safe method for ensuring that community goals are always accomplished. And as part of that, I'm sure you all remember vividly my paragraph talking about neighborhood strategies. That's a joke.
Not so vivid.
Could you repeat it for us?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'm going to. Recognizing that every neighborhood is unique, and they all have the history behind them. They all have positives and negatives. Some of those have to do with the physical aspect of the buildings and the topography and those things, and an awful lot has to do with those who happen to live there. And as a part of that, my suggestion is, in looking at that RCC neighborhood, I would suggest that you consider as part of the budget, taking a look at developing a neighborhood strategy for the RCC neighborhood and go beyond what's in ordinances, but look at the carrot aspect of these things. Be a great discussion between you and the Planning Commission relative to the future and establishing a process. We have good examples right here in Weber County where that has taken place. And that, in my opinion, would be a real positive for the city in that really significant neighborhood that is immediately adjacent to our downtown. So that's a little editorial comment, I guess.
So would you just explain, I mean, this could take maybe longer than we all want to sit still for, but this strategy you talk about, you have to have some willing participants, and it's usually pretty straightforward to come up with what you want it to look like. I don't know whether other characteristics would be the goal of a neighborhood strategy, but I'm anxious to, I'm anxious to know how you actually make that happen. People have to have money usually if they're going to implement some kind of a strategy, because it usually means change.
And in terms of a basic process for establishing a neighborhood strategy, and strategy doesn't have to be the term, it could be neighborhood plan, whatever you want to call it. But in this case, it sounds like that the city wants to take the lead relative to that type of a process. So the ones that I'm familiar with that were created in Ogden City, the city actually sponsored a neighborhood town meeting. And they identified issues amongst city staff, planning commission, city council, identified what those things were, what the purpose of the meeting was, and then I had a very aggressive campaign to let neighbors and residents know that their opinion is welcomed and sought after. And as a result of that type of a process, the kinds of issues that are identified as part of that type of an event can set in motion the kinds of things that the city is willing and able to accomplish. So,
Rob, to your point, I think it'd be egotistical of us, none of us who live in that zone there, to say, well, this is what we want your neighborhood to look like without getting their input. I mean, that'd be absolutely stupid on our part.
I didn't mean to infer that you would do that.
No, I know, but I think it'd be, before you even brought that up, I was gonna suggest that those of us who sit here and live in different areas shouldn't be saying, this is what we want your neighborhood to look like, without some input from them,
It really can be an engaging and a process that not only works for that neighborhood, but we're going to glean ideas that will translate to not necessarily the exact formula for the RCC neighborhood, but other neighborhoods. Other things will come to your mind as a result of that type of a process, and it gets to be a very engaging kind of thing that makes a huge difference. So when we talk about having a sustainable neighborhood, one that people are willing to invest in, whether it's their landscaping or whether it's their dwellings or whatever it might be volunteerism. There's just no end to the kinds of things that people within a community, if they get engaged, will actually take things on. I mean, you witness it all the time with the kinds of events and the other. It's just translating and transferring those kinds of experiences into a little different venue. So that's my pitch on that side of it. That being said, that does not, in my opinion, that's a different process than what our discussion is relative to ADUs. What we're talking about here is, should they be allowed? Is this an important step for the city as part of establishing additional housing types within a particular neighborhood, and under what circumstances? So again, I would like to go directly to our options if we could, and I think that starts on page 5. The ones that deals with development standards.
The ordinance or
The ordinance, please, thanks. There we go. So development standards is section O in the ordinance. So in here, you'll remember that I talked about 2 or 3 different options as far as the size of accessory dwelling units. So the first one has to do with the 50%, 40% amount As far as the maximum size, those are the types of things that are options for you to consider. So, Planning Commission said the 40% of the square footage of the primary residence, and they left it at that. Again, if you want to add additional things in there, then those are easily put in the ordinance. Differences in percentages, a maximum square footage. Any thoughts about that?
Councilman Swanson.
Well, I think some of my thinking on that really is reliant on whether or not we allow detached ADUs.
Well, maybe we should go directly to that one. It's on the
Because
next page.
if we allow detached ADUs, then I think my mind goes in a different direction than with this maximum square footage as a percentage or a maximum square foot allowance. And I'm happy to move right into the.
Why don't we just move to that one, because I think that you're on a good track here. Let's turn to the next page. And then, so you can see we have three options here. Not options, but three segments of this, and then some options underneath. So first one is A, all accessory dwelling units are allowed over the garage, providing the parking within the garage is not converted. So you all seem to be comfortable with A. Then the next section deals with if there are an ADU and an attached dwelling unit, then those are the standards that apply there. It has to be inside the primary unit. It could be an internal conversion of the unit as an addition or in the basement. So any one of those three options. Has to have an internal connection and will not alter the single-family character of the building. So you can't have, what's a good example? Say a stucco house and then somebody wants to put something, aluminum siding or something like that. Should be consistent. And then C is the one that deals with detached units. So you can allow them as a separate detached accessory unit. Over a detached garage, detached accessory dwelling units are only allowed in the rear yard. Having a minimum lot area, thrown that in as an option. And also that they would have a minimum standard separation of 10 or 15 feet. So it's kind of I shouldn't say it's kind of, it is. It's a policy decision as to whether or not you want to allow detached units or not.
Rob, if they had the room on the yard or in their yard, could they just build onto their house and that part would be the whatever their addition ADU?
Correct.
As long as it kind of matched what they have already.
I'm trying to think back, and only in one instance do I remember anybody doing detached accessory dwelling units. It happened to be in Oregon, and it was a brand new development, and that was part of their game plan to do it. So it was new construction. I really haven't seen any. I don't know, John, if you've seen any or not, or Brandon. I haven't seen any where somebody's actually constructed a detached accessory dwelling unit.
The only ones I've seen is when they want a garage and then they put an apartment above it.
Yeah.
So, it's technically a detached unit because it's above a garage, but they were going to build the garage anyways, and they just thought, well, why not add the apartment as well?
Well, I guess my question is if I wanted to add on to my house and just make it an accessory dwelling unit, I'm okay with that because that's attached, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, another question. I asked some people around, and I was surprised that there were people that thought it was a good idea.
To have a detached?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I've run into the same thing.
And you know what? One question that came up as I asked some people around, they said, well, do we have to have increased parking? Where is it going to park the car? And then another question was, okay, if I've got this house behind, Does there have to be a sidewalk built? Would that be a standard? There'd have to be a sidewalk built for them to get to the house instead of just walk across the grass and those kind of things? I mean, that's a concern that one person had. That
And one input I got was, well, you have to have 50% vegetation on a residential property. So let that be the determining factor for sizes and.
And I think that was why the planning commission came down to the 40%. They recognized that there's other provisions that you can only put in hardscape, if you will, in the rear yard, a certain percentage depending on the zone. And you had the landscape percentage. That's why the planning commission came with the 40%. Is that your recollection, John? That, or was there more to it than that?
No, I think that's why they did it. I mean, if you remember the other one, we do have an accessory dwelling unit in the RE20 zone. I mean, that's allowed. And the way that one was set up was 80% of the main level. So they didn't count the total. They were just focusing on what's above ground or what's your footprint, and making sure that it was smaller than that footprint.
So that's
So
another alternative.
It's just the footprint, it's not the combined square footage of all levels.
Right. So I think that's why on this one, the planning commission recommended this, not 80%, but 40%, because if you're using the all levels, you can get,
That's about the same thing.
yeah, it ends up being close. Although if you had a 3-level house that was 1,000 on each level, then you could, end up with a little bit bigger, 1,200 square foot unit. But
And if you had a single, no basement Rambler, then you'd be.
penalized. Yeah.
Councilman Swanson, then Councilman Turner.
As we had the discussion about duplexes in this same area, and we made the decision to eliminate those, one of the discussions we had regularly was about the character of the neighborhood. And some of these old homes that are on a fairly large lot, and we have another building that's just stuck in the back. And we decided as a council we did not like that direction for this neighborhood. In my mind, I see the detached accessory dwelling unit as essentially the same thing. It's a duplex by another name. It's a detached building stuck in the backyard that affects the neighboring homes by having a building that's much closer to them now. It affects the density, the building density, not necessarily the people density, but the building density. And I think would change, in my mind, the character of the neighborhood. And I have real heartburn with a detached accessory dwelling unit. If we're going to allow that, then I don't know why we eliminated duplexes. Because that was our discussion with the duplexes in this older neighborhood, that folks would come in and either buy the old home and build something in the back and turn it into a duplex, or that they would raise the building and build a new duplex, but a duplex is a double dwelling. And, by having this detached accessory dwelling unit, except for over the garage, I don't have a problem with that. But as a separate building in the backyard, I don't want that. I don't see that meets what we talked about with the duplex situation. I think if we're going to allow that, we just go back and say you can have duplexes, because that's essentially what we're doing, just calling it something different.
Well, you're 75 and you have to mow all that lawn still.
Oh, no. No. Xeriscaping at that point.
Councilman Turner.
So, well, first off, here's some of the challenges I'm having with some of this. I appreciate the residents have contacted us, because they made me think through this thing completely differently than I did originally. But the unintended consequences. I know that and it's hard to figure out the unintended consequences. That's why they call them unintended. But what does this do to the homeowner in the sense he has this ADU and he is, let's say he wants to get rid of his piece of property and move into a condo, but he wants to sell this piece of property. If he sells it, can he sell it as an ADU?
Yes.
And keep there. As far as the detached part, I don't necessarily have a problem with the detached part as long as we have some idea of what we want. I mean, right now we could drive down. I could, in the neighborhood I live in, I can drive by 2 of them right now. And I don't think that's in the RCC zone because it's a little farther east of 700. But I can show you 2 apartments are in their back that you wouldn't even know they were there unless you knew they were there. You know, and I mean, you can't see them from the road. There's no road to be able to see into, and they have extra parking back there and everything. And so that for me, that's I don't see that as a
My
big
concern
issue.
isn't the road, my concern is the neighbors that can see it. The
Well-
people whose homes back up against it, and instead of looking into my backyard, your backyard, now I've got another building that's been built into somebody's backyard.
So well, and with that being said, these are buildings that were already there that were converted into.
Yeah, okay,
dwelling
that's a
units,
little bit
so,
different,
you
yeah.
know. You know, and then I, so I mean, that's just some of the, and you can, I know that's unintended consequences. You can't always figure that out. My other question is how do we get it to where this young lady can do her job? Because we've already been told that there are several out there that they don't have building, you know, they don't have business permits and they're doing this, or they're not owner occupied. So do we grandfather some of these in since they're not, you know, how do we handle all those situations for her to be able to regulate it, and the city, you know, I mean, those are just things that I don't have the answers in my head yet, and so I'm just not sure. It appears to me that this ordinance, it talks about discussion and action to consider this ordinance, but this ordinance isn't complete yet to accept, is it?
Well, depending
It
on
seems
the
like we have
options.
some options.
Well, depending on the options, we'll just strike through whatever you do or don't want, and then it should be ready to go. But we can bring it back with a clean ordinance. But to answer your question, I processed one, and we've got several others who are questioning whether or not they are non-conforming as to whether or not they have a duplex right or not. And so, working with John, we came up with sufficient information on one to grant an acknowledgement that they have a non-conforming right.
What exactly does that mean?
It means that they have the ability to, as long as they maintain their duplex, they have the right to, in perpetuity, to operate a duplex as long as they conform to the city rules and regulations, including getting a license each year.
So they don't have to be the owner occupied then?
No.
So
because it's a non-conforming.
Correct.
Okay.
If they are conforming and they are an occupant in there, they can become conforming by applying for an accessory dwelling unit.
So, but if they're non-conforming currently and they don't live there, and then if they decide to sell it and it's in the RCC, whoever they sell it to would have to make it and be an owner occupied. Is that correct?
If they were going to take advantage of the accessory dwelling unit. If they don't live there, they can retain it as a duplex.
Okay. So it'd be just, okay. And there's just several that you say you're working on.
We're having various questions.
Okay.
Some have actually submitted information to us to be able to make a determination.
So Rob, let me clarify something. So Rob is, as you passed earlier, the lord of the zoning code.
Actually, it wasn't adopted yet.
Oh,
is that his title?
You introduced a new term here.
The overlord, is that the right word? No. So
I knew you were looking for a raise.
So when it comes to interpreting the ordinance, the planning director is the one who has the authority to interpret the ordinance. And so if I heard you right, Rob, what you just said is if someone has a non-conforming duplex, for example, Mr. Parkinson, who's in the back here, then and he stays living in the home and the council passes this ordinance, your interpretation is that unless he applies for an ADU permit, he'll still be able to continue the duplex use forever.
Correct.
And sell it as a duplex when he moves.
Yes.
Okay.
It goes with the property, not with the individual. When you're dealing with land use and transference of use, it goes with the land.
So if somebody 5 years from now had a piece of property that had a accessory dwelling unit, there's no way they could apply for a non-conforming, correct?
Well, if you pass the ordinance, then it's a permitted use. So you don't need to worry about non-conforming.
Okay.
You just simply have to comply with the ordinance.
So is non-conforming tantamount to saying they're grandfathered?
That's another way of saying it, yes.
And so you wouldn't be able to go back and.
Okay.
But they couldn't go back and establish a duplex right to have two separate
Right, they couldn't.
Yes.
the rented parcels because they weren't conforming in the first place. If it was 5 years later, we didn't even know about it. They didn't have a business license. They weren't ever conforming, so they can't get that after the fact.
So, sorry to. I was just going to say, if I would recommend, Rob, that we add a couple lines in this ordinance to make it clear that your interpretation is, because if you retire someday in like 10 or 20 years or
Random man, I'll think like you.
that I just want to make sure that the next person makes the same interpretation that Rob has, so that it's clear to the, because there might be someone who would come in and say, no, if you're a duplex owner and you live in the house, you automatically become an ADU unit. And so I just want to add some language to make that clear, so that legislative intent is passed on to the next generation of planners.
And part of that is when we have in here in the ordinance, if you have an ADU, you have to register or you have to apply for a residential apartment license. That isn't the correct term. Residential
Business.
license. So you have to do one of the two. So every year you have to make application to the city. And the process for, if you have a family member there, then you simply have to come in and register with the city. If you're renting to someone who's not a family member, then you actually have to obtain one of those licenses.
Business license. Right.
So either way, you're documenting the fact that you're maintaining the use. That's the critical point.
So just, they have to do that every year and
Yes,
even if the renter hasn't changed or anything.
correct.
Is that in the
It's
ordinance
today.
or is that just,
Well, well, that's our common practice today.
Okay, all right.
If you have a business, you have to get a business license if you're operating a rental.
Okay.
It's the same thing.
all right.
The only caveat is if you're doing it with a family member, then it's a registration.
And that's been in place for a number of years already.
And that's fine, I just didn't know if it was.
Councilman Swanson?
Help me understand, if someone is living in a quote-unquote duplex, but it's owner-occupied and they're renting out the back, how is that a duplex? Is it considered a duplex just because future intent is that they rent out both pieces? And so they're wanting to be grandfathered in as a duplex to be able to do that in the future? But if it's owner-occupied currently in the main residence and rented out in the ADU, wouldn't that automatically make them an ADU and not a duplex? I mean, because in my mind, yeah, go ahead.
So that's why I was asking Rob the questions about his interpretation, because I could see a lot. For the way this was written, I was thinking that the same thing would happen, that they would automatically become an ADU if they were living in the unit. But Rob's interpretation is just as valid, and because he has the power, it is
Well,
the correct
the
interpretation.
council can set
so,
that,
but
though,
you can
because-
set it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So my
It's up to
question
you
is,
to
if
determine
somebody is owner occupied now with a piece that is rented, grandfathering them, non-conforming them, whatever you want to call it, is really granting them something in the future, not a right that they have now or are exercising now.
Right.
And I have a problem with that, because anybody could basically come in and claim that, well, someday I had
My
intended
interpretation is that one right there.
that someday I had intended to turn my house into a duplex, and so you have to grandfather me in perpetuity. And
That's not the way it works, Councilman.
okay, help me understand.
You have to demonstrate, first of all, that you've met all of the city codes.
Okay,
So that would include building codes.
Sure.
It would include the fact that have a rental license
Okay.
today,
Yeah.
and that you've had it prior to when the ordinance was passed to eliminate duplexes. That goes with the land.
What about establishing that you are currently renting both portions of the dwelling?
You would have to demonstrate that you've been doing that prior to the ordinance that was enacted to eliminate duplexes.
So if someone right now is owner occupied, we've eliminated duplexes, so somebody is owner occupied and renting a piece, they are no longer a duplex.
It depends on what they make application for. So if somebody wants to preserve their right as a duplex,
What right? If they've not been renting both pieces.
then they have no right.
That's
I'm only
that's the point
talking about the person that can demonstrate that they have been using their property as a duplex property.
Right. What I'm trying to get at is the person who is living on the property and they're the owner. They're living in part of it and they're renting part of it. So it's not two rentals. It's a single renter with an owner occupied. And then that person makes application to be grandfathered in for future use as a duplex.
No, that does not.
They'd have to
They
be
cannot,
renting
they can
both
only
pieces
make
currently.
application for an accessory dwelling unit.
Right, okay.
That's the only thing that they can do.
Okay, I misunderstood what was said
I
earlier.
misunderstood where you're going, so
So-
thank you for clarifying.
But so, Rob, the one application that someone made for nonconformity, that's their situation where they're living in the home and they're renting the basement. And so, but that technically is a legal duplex.
I believe it is.
But if the ADU ordinance gets passed, then does that become, you know what I mean? Because I think that's what we're kind of struggling with is, right now they qualify as a duplex because it's two separate living spaces, not necessarily because they're both being rented or only one's being rented, but because it's two separate family living spaces. And then the question is, what happens to that after the ordinance gets passed? Does that make sense?
Yes. I think it's the owner's choice. If they want to because it goes with the land, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So it's the owner's choice. If the owner has a desire to maintain it as a duplex, then that's what they should do. They should come in and they should make application for a duplex. And whatever the appropriate fees are and whatever as it relates to that. If they make an application to have an accessory dwelling unit, then the duplex right is lost.
So if they've been doing a duplex for the last 10 years and everything's been legal and in the city ordinance or whatever, 10 years, whatever it's been.
Correct.
They make the application, they get a non-conforming, and then it just continues how it has been forever with the property, basically.
As long as they don't abandon it for a period of a year, or they fail to get a license, which would constitute, in my mind, that they've abandoned it for a year.
What do you mean by abandoning it? It's not to go on.
Or they're not using it as that use for a period of a year.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. Okay.
So that doesn't mean that they have to have somebody in the unit.
They just have to be.
They
doing the
need to
permit.
have paid the fee and be recognized the fact that that unit is a legal unit to be rented.
So the determining factor then as to what is and what is not a duplex is not in regards to whether both sides are being rented, as long as there are two different family units living in the two different sections. You can have an owner occupant on the top floor and renting the basement. That makes it a duplex, even though the top floor isn't being rented.
Correct.
And then that can be grandfathered or become a non-conforming should the individual choose to do that.
Mm-hmm.
As long as they have, before the ordinance is passed, they have been purchasing the license. But once the ordinance is passed, if they have not been purchasing the license, then they have to come in.
And show that they have been renting that one piece.
And it's not this ordinance that's passed, it's the ordinance that banned duplexes a
Right.
year ago.
That's correct.
Yeah.
We were on accessory dwelling, detached. So let's try and resolve that one. We've had some comments in favor, some against. I don't vote, but I would say not to have them personally. I think that could be a Pandora's box, but, you know, where are you five? On detached buildings specifically.
And so in the RE20, you mentioned that we do allow them now, and they can be detached. So the reason that we would allow them in RE20 detached and not here is because of size?
Lot size.
Some of the lot sizes in the RCC are pretty huge, though.
We have some
Sure,
fairly
yeah.
large lot sizes. As I recall, Brandon, we have one existing detached. Is that that's my memory.
It may be two, but it's one or two.
What it's only one or two in the whole neighborhood.
I go back to how I've been feeling the whole time on the detached, and that is a door I don't want to open. That's how I feel.
I don't have a problem with them.
You know,
Okay, I got one
honestly-
and one so far.
I honestly had struggled with this and was feeling the same way as you feel, and so I picked a person I know that I thought would be really against this, and explained it to him, and he said, "Man, I'm all for that." I thought, if there's anybody that would not want this, it's him. And I called him and talked to him about it, and he says, "That sounds like a great idea." So, you know,
So we know how he feels. How do you feel?
So just real quick,
I would say this. I don't. My grandpa used to say, "Don't borrow trouble." Okay, and I think as I looked at this thing, I don't see this thing becoming a big deal that we're going to have overnight or in hundreds of these things being built. And so I would favor it because I think it's going to be small scale.
Small scale, and we can preserve property rights. You know, an owner has the option to do that if we put some boundaries on it with the ordinance. So now you have three.
And I spoke last time about wanting maybe talking about the other zones that we want to open it up to, but well, I really think we got to have a lot size in there because there's over in my neighborhood there's some nice homes, but they don't have much of a yard in the back, and if we allowed them to do it, I think it'd look really, really dumb.
And I agree. There's a real propensity to go to lots that hardly have any square footage to them at all, and there's some pretty big homes on them. But we got to have enough size there that it won't look crowded.
Councilwoman Stoker?
I don't have a problem with the detached. I think though every points that have been brought up, the lot size and property rights and some language put in there that there is some ground rules, boundaries on this. I don't know that it'll become a big problem either. I just am not comfortable with totally governing what they can and cannot do. I think we sometimes already have enough of those in place. And it's just like to me, that's like one more Pandora's box we've opened by not allowing it.
You all just brought to mind, we just passed the accessory building ordinance, and we have a definition of large accessory building, and that's anything that's over 600 square feet. If you have a building that you're going to build that big, obviously you have to deal with the percentages and what have you, but there are increased setbacks as a part of that ordinance. So something for you to think about. If you were to allow detached, if I remember right, John, you have to have like a 20-foot setback.
15.
15. So that may help, Councilman, as to your concern about adjoining properties and what have you.
I would certainly
Again,
feel
that's
better
600 square feet and bigger.
15-foot setback.
If it's less than 600 square feet, then you can have a a smaller setback.
Rob, I would feel better about a 15-foot setback. I've been in one of these where they have about a 6-foot setback, and I didn't like it. But
So that would be another thing that we could add on here, is that irrespective of the size of the accessory dwelling unit, it would have to have a minimum of you said 15, whatever you determined would be an appropriate number.
Another thing that I had somebody asked me about, and I don't think we've discussed it. Maybe we have, but I don't remember that. And as I asked people about this, one of the questions that was brought up was, how does the fire department feel about these things? And I don't know that we've got any input from them, and I don't know if we ought to or not. You know?
Has anyone talked to the fire department at any point in this? Okay.
We simply put
I
in
don't
there
think
that
we
they
can
have to
speak for 'em.
They have to maintain all city ordinances, including all the building codes. That would include fire codes as well.
My biggest concern with the setback and things is you're in a single-family neighborhood. You've been in a single-family neighborhood forever, and now your neighbor just built a new house in the backyard. Yes, it may not happen 100 times, but to those two homeowners on the two sides, that was a terrible decision, in my opinion, for those two people who have the two single-family homes, that a new home just went in the backyard.
I'm just glad you can't vote.
Which, hey, I understand that, you know, I mean, but I just want to say that input. Councilman Swanson?
I, as you said that, I thought about the garage that was built just east of here that is
All metal.
ginormous. I mean, it looks like a warehouse that was built. It fit code at the time, and it has completely destroyed the property value, the views, and everything of the homeowner that lives immediately south of it. They've gone from being able to see the mountain to they see a 25, 30-foot tall metal sided building.
Well, they're seeing it from another property because they sold.
Oh, they did. Okay.
If I'm thinking about the right one.
It is.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
But that's when we talk about
That one. Oh, Bishop, what's his name? Lindsley.
when we talk about property rights, to me there are two property rights. When somebody wants to do something with their property, there's two property rights that are at hand: the person who wants to do something and the people that are going to be affected. I mean, I moved into a single-family neighborhood to live in a single-family neighborhood, not to have a duplex just across the fence in my neighbor's yard. So my property rights are being affected because I moved into a single-family neighborhood, and now it's not. And so there's this competition, I think, that goes on continuously, and we tend to view only the rights of the individual who wants to do something with his property, and often without regard to how it impacts 4 or 5 neighbors right around them. It isn't just his property that is affected. It isn't just his rights, his neighborhood that he's affecting. He's having an impact on other people. And part of what I think is our responsibility to balance is where, as limited as we possibly can, and I will agree with that wholeheartedly, that we only step in where we have to, but where there's a situation where somebody can come in and affect an entire neighborhood. We have amortized businesses because a single business had an effect on 4 or 5 neighbors. We said you can no longer have that business there. And in my opinion, this is the same kind of thing with the detached building. I'm saying in a single family neighborhood, you can't add another building in the backyard for somebody to live in. It's a single family neighborhood. If you want to rent out your basement, great. We have one building, one house, great. But the purpose of your backyard when this neighborhood was developed wasn't for you to put an apartment into.
But if it's not an apartment, it's just a building. I mean, I live on a piece of property that's a little larger than these, and decided to put a building in the back. And I was very careful. Took this big pole out to kind of place where the corners would be, and had my wife looking through the sunroom windows to see, well, what part of the view that would occlude. And the building's in, It's not an accessory, nobody lives there, but it still blocks the view of my neighbor to the south, even though he's 200 feet away. But he's complained a little about it. So it doesn't have to be a dwelling unit. And we've got,
And that's why you haven't heard me talk about so much. I just brought up that one garage as an example of what happens when we think only of the property rights of the individual who wants to do something. When it comes to these detached accessory dwelling units, to me, it's the character of a neighborhood. We're taking it from a single family, and yes, that is in building, but we're allowing somebody to put an apartment in their backyard, and I have a problem with that. It's if I'm living in an R110, some of the proposal is to allow this in an R110. All of a sudden, my neighbor, who's already on a relatively small lot, now I've got two families in two separate buildings living on that relatively small lot. I didn't want to move. I didn't move here, speaking, collectively. I didn't move to this single-family neighborhood to have an apartment complex built in the backyard of my neighbor.
Well, your place wouldn't qualify for it anyway. You got too big of houses up there.
My house is the smallest one up there.
You still couldn't, if your yard size.
But that's the concern I have with the detached is if you want to live in a duplex, then you go to a neighborhood where duplexes are allowed. A single-family neighborhood is not the place for two detached buildings that create a duplex, a mini apartment complex. That's not what it's for.
We just took that away from them. They had duplexes. We just said they're not going to have them anymore.
But we're essentially giving the same thing if we allow a detached accessory dwelling unit.
I see one difference.
What's that?
One of those things has to be owner-occupied.
It does, but it still doesn't change that you have two
duplex thing
families.
didn't qualify for that. They could be occupied by anybody that wanted to.
You still have an apartment that gets stuck in a backyard, and that's
Well,
where
but
I have a problem.
But I think there's going to be a little more care with that.
Not necessarily.
But by the same token, Phil, I've looked at it, and I can do it in my yard if I want to.
Yep.
I'm RE20. But I've looked at it, and I've thought to myself, would I want to do that?
Right.
I'm not sure I'd want to. I think it would be, I could rent that. If I did it, I'd live in the smaller house and rent the bigger part out to Andrew's kids as they get older and get married. Because then they could live right next to her and come home for free meals still, see?
And we talk about small scale. If we take one of these and let's say there's 4 homes in the entire RCC that does this, sticks it in their backyard. Well, it's not just 4 homes. It's multiplied by the number of neighbors that have been affected. It isn't just the home who decides, okay, I'm happy to cover as much of my backyard as I can in an apartment. It's the neighbors that also now have lost that single-family feel to the neighborhood. So now you've got 20 families that are affected by the decisions of 4 people. And that's where I struggle. They have rights as well. They chose to buy in a single-family neighborhood for a single-family feel. When you stick an apartment in the backyard, you lose that.
so you're really concerned about the fact that structure has occupants. It's more that than
Yes,
the fact
absolutely.
that there could be a structure.
I don't have a
back there.
problem with sheds. I mean, I've got a shed in my backyard. There are places, setbacks, easements that I had to be aware of. There were places I could put it and a lot of places I couldn't put it. And it's a shed. It's the addition of another family. It's no longer a single family lot. It's now a dual family lot. And that's the problem I have.
But Phil, I moved into a single-family area, and I didn't expect my neighbor to have a dog, but he's got a dog.
Yeah.
So he's infringing on my property rights.
But dogs are allowed.
But he's still infringing on my property rights.
I disagree with you.
Oh, he is.
Let me
The dog.
try and keep this going. Although I agree strongly with Councilwoman Swanson, I think we're
question.
in the minority here, and I don't vote anyways. So, Councilwoman Stoker.
So, okay, I understand the building in the back, but does that apply to like a dwelling over the garage? They
No, I've already said I don't have a problem with a dwelling over the garage. I don't have a problem with that.
Just the back.
If somebody's going to build a garage and they add an apartment over the top of it, all right, knock yourself out. But it's that detached building that's stuck out there, and it just, I mean, I'd move. If I lived in a neighborhood and somebody decided to stick an apartment in their backyard, I'd move. I'd be gone. But I'd end up probably selling my house for less because the value would go down, because now you have a single family neighborhood that's got an apartment stuck in somebody's backyard. That means people, peering eyes, whatever you want to call it, are closer to my property line, to my house. And that's not why I moved into a single family neighborhood. And I think that's why we call them single family neighborhoods. It's as much the number of buildings that people live in as it is families.
Well, I tend to agree with you somewhat, but I think also, Phil, that there was a song, was it Bob Dylan, talked about the times they are
Blowing in the wind.
The times they are changing, and I think you're going to see it more and more of this.
All over the country. I prefer the song "Standing on a Corner in Winslow, Arizona."
So,
Move back to
okay.
Arizona then.
I
No,
think
thank you.
unless there's been minds change, this point we need to move on to looking at what's the requirements then. I mean,
For the accessory dwelling units.
unless anyone's
Detached.
changed their mind. Seeing no minds change. I mean, I'm with you, but I mean, we
don't mind
we all know
standing
how this
alone.
business works. It goes off where there's three votes.
We need,
so.
we need that. We really do.
So,
I've always wanted to be like Jim, and now I am.
so Councilman Turner,
So this is just for the RCC zone right now, correct?
right?
And then we're gonna eventually, we're looking at adopting this throughout the city, possibly, right? The ADUs, possibly, right? We're still,
With consideration.
I think
for-
that's up to you. I'm not looking at
no,
adopting
but
it
we're
throughout the city,
we've
but-
talked about considering that. We need to, if we're gonna accept detached dwelling units, we need to decide, because there's a bunch of options here.
I think the detached would be a disaster to put throughout the city. Apartments in the basement,
It's fine.
it's totally different.
I'm going with
Attached
with
garage.
Phil on this.
Well, let's
Yeah, I would
let's
definitely
just
not put
let's
that
focus
throughout
on
the
the
city.
RCC, because that's what this is all about, right?
This is.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
so the RCC and detached dwelling units in the RCC right now. That's what this is about. So we need to determine something on here, right? That gives us specifications for the detached, because we have the attached is already.
That's easy. A basement or an attached, or in the garage.
Well, it would still be an attached garage. Wouldn't be a detached garage,
If
right?
it's a detached garage, then you've got exactly the problem you're concerned
Exactly.
about.
So then we still, but even a detached
Can we do a
garage.
detached garage in the RCC?
Pardon me?
Can we do a detached garage in the RCC?
Oh, yes.
But that
So-
doesn't, that's part of this detached area, correct, right?
No, right
Well, it's-
now,
There's two different things. All accessory dwelling units are allowed over the garage, so that doesn't differentiate between attached or
Detached.
detached.
Okay, all right.
So it could be, but it's whatever you all want.
Okay,
So the way it's written now is that over the garage is okay, whether
As
it's
long as it's a
attached or
functioning garage, that the garage portion has not been converted to a living
correct,
space.
and that's one of the standards. It has to be done that.
So then you go
there's
down to
there's four other items that are a part of
C?
it. So maybe we could figure out what you want in and what you want out. So detached accessory dwelling units are allowed only in the rear yard. Yes?
No.
No.
only in the rear.
Wait. Did we have a
Wait a
mind
minute.
change?
oh, yeah, she's with you. by the
So
way.
detached accessory dwelling units are
I
allowed.
don't want it in
Which
my
one are you
backyard.
reading?
I'm talking about the standards.
I know, which one are you reading right now? Because
C.
I see C, it doesn't say the only in the rear. Oh, there it is.
Accessory dwelling units are only allowed in the rear yard.
Okay.
So that means not the front yard or the side yard.
Well,
If you're going to do a detached unit, it has to be behind the rear wall of the house.
Okay.
It has to be that part of the yard.
I think should be part of the detached area, okay?
Then the next one is C1. Do you want to have a minimum lot size for detached accessory dwelling units?
Detached accessory dwellings.
If, in other words, if you're gonna do a detached, then what this is saying that minimum lot area has to be 10,000 square feet. Now, I threw that number out, so
RE20,
whatever.
RE20 is 20,000 square feet.
20,000 square feet.
I don't know how many we have in the RCC zone that would qualify as a half acre.
Not many, it would make me more comfortable.
So I'd ask the question about the 50%. Well, we want to be sure we have that still.
So
I'm gonna get to that. That's on the previous page. Let's see, I think.
Also, Rob, can you maybe talk to total square footage of the primary dwelling for two-story? What exactly are we measuring in that? All stories of the primary dwelling?
The primary
Or
dwelling.
just the footprint of the ground story?
The way it's written now, it's the total.
Okay.
So we can tighten that up if you
So
want.
that's just something, council, for you to think about, if that is meeting your intent. The whole, all stories, footprint, Councilman Swanson?
Last time we talked about this, I made it clear that my feeling was that it was the footprint, not all stories. I mean, you have an 1,800 square foot footprint and you have a 3-story house. You have, 5,000 square feet, and now you have a 2,500 square foot ADU in the back. That's just kind of crazy.
But I think it would be all right to have one that big if we still can handle or meet the 50% vegetation requirement.
5,400 square feet.
I know.
It all has to do with the size of the whole property.
So in our land use survey, there are 9 vacant lots over 12,000 square feet in the RCC zone.
9 vacant lots?
9 vacant lots.
Okay. And how many not vacant lots?
There are 219 single-family dwellings. 153 of those lots are over 12,000 square feet.
Okay. So 3/4, 2/3, somewhere in there are over 12,000 square feet.
12,000, yeah.
That's a surprising number.
It is.
I mean, the picture I've always had is for small lots and.
I think if you
A lot of
drive
them are
around there,
very
you'd be-
deep.
It's
I think you'd
153,
be surprised
that's
because they're deep.
75% of them.
Yeah, that was kind of the way of platting at that time, with really deep lots.
Yeah, they
So-
were. Some are really great.
Okay, so more
Parkinson's
discussion
are the
on
best.
the requirements for detached ADUs. What are your feelings of what should be included in these requirements?
You want a lot size minimum.
Yeah, I think there should be a minimum lot size.
What number would you like?
I would rather just have a lot left when you've got the ADU on there that you can do the 50%.
So if
That's
it's
what we want everywhere
So if
else.
it's a 10,000 square feet and they got a footprint of, and they
Let's say they have a 2,000
pardon me.
2,000 square foot home, it's 2 levels, so 4,000, we get 40%.
Plus the driveway and stuff.
John, maybe
Concrete.
we can go
Right,
back
you
to
got
the
it.
staff report to page 4.
Okay, and then we'll go to Councilman Swanson
interrupt
next after this.
You remember the analysis that we did as far as the maximum size of ADU that you could have? Depending on the house size, there's those numbers for you. So the top table deals with building size maximums, and the lower one deals with building footprint size with minimum setbacks.
Well, so the 40% is what's driving the upper chart, right? You just said,
Right,
got a house size, so give
Yes.
it 40%.
yes.
So is the
Yeah,
50% included in these calculations too, Rob, or where's that taken into account in this ordinance?
It's,
You'd still have to just meet it.
you
It's
just have to
known.
meet it.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't try to,
Incorporate that in.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I'm going back to what we did in the RE20 zone. What we said is if you want to have an ADU, you've got to have an acre, because that's twice the size of the, that's what they did. And if you followed that same logic, then right now the minimum lot size in an RCC zone is 8,000 square feet. So if you doubled that, you'd be at 16. And so if that was your cutoff for a detached unit, then they would follow the same logic, but.
Councilman Swanson?
One of the concerns I have is, going up 1050, those are R110s on both sides, 1050.
I think so.
Up there, just a couple blocks below where I live, a gentleman built a garage for his RV and met the vegetation standards. And the footprint of that thing is as big as the house itself. And if you had, I knew the family that lived behind him when he built that thing, and it was just like, you got to be kidding me. This thing's right, because of the size of it, the setbacks are correct, but it looks like a second house stuck in the back, and it takes up darn near the entire backyard. Now, technically, when all the corners and everything were counted, that he met the vegetation thing. I encourage you to go drive by that thing, and I'll get you the address if you want. Just take a look at it and ask yourself, if I were living in a neighborhood, a single-family neighborhood, and somebody built one of those in their backyard on an R110 lot, is this what I want? Does this now feel like a single-family neighborhood when you've got another family living in this apartment that's been stuck in the backyard?
But that's a detached garage, and that would be okay to put an apartment above it.
Yeah, it's huge. Well, one of the concerns I had with that one is just the size. So that's if we just go with just the 50%, you could still have something that's enormous.
So on the RCC zone right now, you put down a quarter of an acre, basically 10,000. A third of an acre is about 14,000, and half acre is about 20. So, and you're thinking 40%, is that, they want to maintain the 50% vegetation, right? And so,
Well, I was backing away from 40 or whatever percentage and just saying we're happy with 50% vegetation everywhere else in the city.
John, did you pull that up?
And so let's just,
Right here.
Right there. Could you scroll in, get nice and close to that?
where are we?
This is 1050 and about 2800, 2850 north.
3154 north?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
31.
Show where the fence line is right there.
I believe it's.
No, I'm talking on the back side next to the neighbor, right there. You can see the fence line. And look at the size of that thing.
And so my understanding, and I wasn't here when this was built, my understanding is that this was one of the garages that sparked the revision to the accessory building
But
ordinance.
Imagine if I'm looking at, because this garage does not have a basement, it's roughly the same footprint as the house and basement. If we go with 50% or even 40% of the total square footage of that house, that's roughly the size ADU that you can stick in your backyard. And,
I don't see that as meeting the setback requirements on the back side.
it did at the time.
But it wouldn't on an ADU. It would not meet the
Right,
setback
and
requirements.
those are some of the things that we would have to be very careful on, but I just can't go there.
Does that house have an attached garage already?
Yes.
It looks like it, yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's his RV hot rod spot. It's got a sweet rod back in there. But
so let me ask you this question, Rob. If in a situation like that, the house already has maybe a 2-car garage. And so could that guy, if he wanted to go back there and we said, okay, we're going to say that you can build an accessory dwelling unit above a detached garage. So if he cut that garage in half, the size of that garage in half, he could build that and build an ADU on top.
Potentially, we'd have to do the diagram and see exactly what it would do, but possibly.
I think this does show that a percent is probably a good thing, my opinion. Limitation.
I think setbacks have to be right. I think we have to have minimum setback in from the backyard line, we have to have a better, I mean, if, in some of those lots, for example, this lot, I don't think you couldn't build that if you had a 15-foot setback and then had to have a 20-foot setback from the fence. You can build
Even
that.
if you did 15 and 15, he wouldn't have been able to do that.
Yeah, so I think you can control that.
On
by-
this lot, but a slightly larger one.
Well, yeah,
And
but
where's
this
his north property line? Maybe there's room to put it the other way, put it 90
It would be in the
degrees.
side
It'd be
yard.
on the side yard, then you can't do it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Which I agree with that. Let's not take them in the side yard.
And one
So-
thing that Rob,
Go ahead.
so once your building gets over 15 feet tall, it has to move further away from the property line to the 20 feet that Rob mentioned earlier. So in order to put one above a garage, it'll have to be 20 feet away from any property line.
Yeah, because it'll be definitely higher than 15 feet.
So are there some specific ideas of what you'd like to see as requirements? I know
So
Councilman
accessory-
Satterthwaite is kind of just 50% vegetation. What do the rest of you feel?
So
And that,
another
that
standard.
goes along with, in parentheses, this is property rights. My property, I'd be able to build on there what I want.
I agree with, because I think the vegetation, the setbacks would limit what they can do on their, wouldn't matter if it's an 8,000 square foot lot or a 40,000 square foot lot. If they have setbacks and vegetation will limit what they can put on that size of property.
So another standard that they would have to meet is that no accessory building or group of accessory buildings shall cover more of the rear yard than 25%. So.
Wait a minute, what is that? Is that in your new?
No, that's in our existing ordinance today.
Oh, say it again then.
25%
So that's
Of the
is
rear
what you
yard.
can have in terms of rear coverage.
Well, this ordinance wasn't in place when this was built.
Then let's not even look at that anymore.
Well, but
Yeah,
it
well,
is
if
now.
that is included, that does change the discussion as well. That's another existing requirement.
That goes along with the 50%, I suppose.
So we'll go back to the ordinance and where it says 10,000 square feet lot, should we word that there, Lynn, you're thinking of having something, C1, detached accessory dwelling units only allowed on lots. As long as they maintain
The
50% vegetation and don't take up 25%, more than 25% of the rear yard
Well, and existing code.
or something.
That's
like
already in the code.
that. Yeah, so I
Yeah,
mean.
but it'd be nice to reference it here,
We could.
wouldn't it?
It would be to give
Oh, yeah,
people
well,
clarity
you just have the
as
code
well.
reference there, yeah. Because that would limit a lot.
Yeah, it would.
So in or out, 10,000 square feet or not, in or out.
By definition, if we limit, if you
reword it.
can't take more than 25% of their rear yard, are you talking, why do we have a 50% vegetation at all? Because the only vegetation piece that's gonna matter is what's in their rear yard. Because I can only take up 25%.
50% is for the entire lot.
So I would have to have at least 50% for the entire yard, but I can take up no more than 25%
5% is,
of the rear yard.
yes.
Okay.
We all were newly married at one time and lived in some pretty small apartments, and I'm just thinking, we keep thinking they're gonna be building these ginormous places.
Someone will.
There's a young couple that lives in what they call the chicken coop, and that's exactly what they call it, because that's what it was years and years and years ago. It's just down the road from me, and it's in the backyard, and I'll bet you that's smaller than, hell, if it's 10 by 20, I'd be surprised. You know, seriously.
So hence the idea behind a maximum square footage.
So
A minimum square footage.
A maximum square
Maximum.
footage.
Oh,
Maximum
of
for
the
the
building,
building.
not
Of
the
the
lot.
ADU, so a combination of percentage and a maximum. So if you're concerned about, mayor's term, ginormous, then limit it to
But I say that we've already
That
covered.
neighbors next door. I've heard from a lot of these neighbors when I campaigned in this neighborhood. I lived here and a duplex was built next to me, and I don't think it's right.
Heartburn.
And so that's why I'm concerned for
yeah,
those
and-
next door neighbors. Councilman Satterthwaite.
Well, it's a broken record, but you keep driving me there by going back to percentages. I still think that if the city looks like it does and we're for the most part happy with it because it has a requirement for 50% vegetation, and we have these other setbacks and so on. I think we need to stick with that.
So
Including the 25%?
That's in code now, right?
Right.
correct.
Sure.
So what we're
Well,
talking
that
about
alone
is
will now
what we're
ensure it
talking
can be a
about is
gigantic
adding
building.
to those standards if you want to or not. So I'm ready to underline and say yes or X and say no.
Who had, Councilman Swanson, did you have your hand up? Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking of what Carl said earlier about trying to identify unintended consequences. All we have to do is go south to Ogden and ask them, look at what they're trying to undo that they did years ago by allowing basically property owners to do whatever they wanted with their property. Now they're spending millions of dollars and going through all kinds of problems with the types of housing and everything that has gone on in North Ogden, in downtown Ogden, because property owners were allowed to have basically if I want to build it, I can build it, and I don't really care what it does to my neighbor.
We're not saying that here.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm just saying when we talk about unintended consequences, that's one of my. I'm in that part I'm down there all the time, in and out of those houses all day, every day, and what's happened to those neighborhoods is atrocious, and it came because property rights, my property rights as an owner stood king over the rights of the people around me. And it turned into a messy, terrible situation that is a mess to fix, an expensive mess to fix, and has turned, it created the reputation that downtown Ogden, inner city Ogden has. And I don't want to see that in our RCC zone. I'm not saying that it will happen. I just want to be very careful as we go forward that we don't do something like Ogden did and end up with a mess.
Well, I think if you look in Ogden, and I grew up here and I've lived here for 69 years now, and I think that what happened in downtown Ogden is you had some nice, beautiful homes that became fourplexes and sixplexes. Not that people added on to them however they wanted to. It was more of those beautiful old homes that were built by pioneer people that spent a lot of money building them, and they were the show homes of that era. As the city expanded eastward, then those homes became what he doesn't want: duplexes and fourplexes and sixplexes and eightplexes.
You had single-family homes that became multifamily homes. And that's one of my concerns here, is that we don't take a single-family neighborhood, and over time, as our city grows to the periphery, that we take an older part of the neighborhood because properties are relatively inexpensive, and we go down that slippery slope that Ogden went. When one house happens, then the neighbors move, and somebody comes in and buys that and turns it into a duplex, a fourplex, or a sixplex, as they did in Ogden.
Well, but they can't do it the way our ordinance is right now. They can't do that.
Councilman Turner? He's had his hand up.
I'm going to totally derail this probably.
Trying to make progress here.
Well, let me just say this. We spent a lot of time on this ADU. And it sounds, and it sounds to me like we already got regulations in there and ordinances that say sizes and things they can and can't do in their backyard and stuff like that. So why are we even doing ADU?
The one Rob referenced is for sheds, the 25%. So you couldn't have someone live in it right now. So this ordinance would allow someone to build a
detached.
A separate building that someone could live in, if that's what you pass. So that is why. So the 25% Rob reference is from currently basically the shed ordinance, the accessory building, but not residential accessory. Okay. So this would still allow someone to build another building, but someone could actually live there. Councilwoman Stoker.
Well, the reason we got started on this whole thing was for that is it the RCC zone, the inner city, was so that somebody couldn't come in and build duplexes. So I don't know, we've just gone round circle and haven't figured out anything. But this
I
is
agree
what
with Cheryl.
this is what we started with to stop this problem, and now it's like, okay, so I'm totally confused, and it's like we're allowing it. Why did we even go here?
That's one of the questions I have.
To, what was it, minimize the,
We didn't want to have duplexes. Somebody could come in and on those bigger lots, buy the older homes out when the family wants to sell. They don't want any more, so they could tear it down and they could put these duplexes or fourplexes or eightplexes in these single-family dwellings. This is what started this whole thing. So I don't know that we're any further ahead.
So when the planning commission and everybody got together and drew up this ordinance, or thought about this ordinance, it was just, in their mind, they were thinking more so for the people that want to rent out a basement or above a garage. Is that kind of what you're thinking? I'm just trying to figure out why. I mean, if detached isn't even, did we somehow slip in detached, or has detached always been in there, or is it just, I mean, because
It's always been an option, but that's really up to you all to decide if it's going to be included.
back to Councilwoman Stoker's point, we started in part here. It's in the July 6th meeting, it says part of the rationale for eliminating twin homes and duplexes and allowing ADUs was this softened the sting of downsizing, which really came from the Planning Commission.
Right. I don't remember the vote, but I don't think, Rob or John, correct me if you remember, I don't think they voted to recommend eliminating duplexes, if I remember right from the RCC zone. I don't want to put, is that accurate?
Oh, yeah, they considered it was a zone amendment, so,
And did they vote to support it?
yes,
Oh, they did? Okay, so
with some provisos, one of which,
was form the ADUs.
right.
So that's where it came from. It was from the Planning Commission. So we have gone around in circles. I wasn't actually expecting detached to be the topic to take the whole time, but it has. So what are you all feeling? Where would you like to go from here on detached? Because that's still where we are.
My feeling is, I'm okay with detached. I personally would not want to go below a half-acre lot size.
For having a detached, okay, that's a clear, who, can we get kind of a succinct statement from all of you to kind of steer this to where is the majority?
Below a half-acre lot size.
And so I would basically say the same thing I support. I think and I'm looking forward towards all the other zones in the city, and I think that's kind of why I'm back to allowing a detached, but the half acre, I think that needs. I mean, we need to come up with that, think it through, so that everything else still fits. And I still go back to it fits to have 50%. It fits, some of the rules we already have in place. And if we still adhere to those, then I kind of hang my hat on that still will look okay.
I think if you have a half-acre lot size, and they can only build on 25%, and they have to have certain setbacks on that, I think we've got some bases covered.
Half acre probably would work.
Okay, other feelings on detached specifically?
That's gonna cut the number of homes there, isn't it?
Oh, clearly.
Yeah, there's not very many.
There.
Well, and I'm fine with half acre also. My biggest concern, honestly, is the ones that are currently operating, even if they're detached or non-detached. I mean, the RCC zone goes to 700, right? And 700 and west. And so right now, if you drive up 700, I know of I know of at least one detached. I think there's two up there on 700. But You know, so I mean, my concern would be how's those
They're gonna be
owners gonna
non-conforming.
Pardon me?
Would they be non-conforming? They're kind of grandfathered in, the ones that are already
Well,
there?
we'd have to take a look at the existing circumstances, but yes. Potentially they would. Just to give you an idea, as far as our land use survey, there's only 9 lots in the RCC that are over 12,000 square feet in the whole zone.
So we'll have 9 or less.
Yeah.
It'll be
And
half-acre park.
I appreciate what Jim has said. It allays some of my fears, some of my concerns with a half-acre lot. I'm still not thrilled with an ADU that's detached, but with the percentages, Lynn, that you've talked about, total vegetation percentages, percentage of the rear yard that could be taken up, setbacks, percentages of the footprint of the original home is what I would ask for. I could swallow that.
Don't be afraid, Phil. Be brave.
I'm being brave. This is harder than going in that cold water on Saturday.
Councilwoman Stoker, what are your feelings on detached requirements?
I think those are some definitely good guidelines to start with. I'm not real comfortable about opening it up to looking at other zones. I just think they need to stay in a bigger and not try and cram them into smaller. But I'm okay with the 25%, the half acre, the 50%, just basically what's been said. It still gives me heartburn, but.
The only change I would make, and I think, I don't know that I clearly stated this a few minutes ago, is that I would prefer that the square footage that we're going off of be off the main level, the footprint.
Well, we're gonna get to that. That's the
Is that
next,
coming
that's
up?
the next
That's
discussion.
the next discussion, okay.
So the last one we have here is you talked about wanting to increase the separation between the main building and any type of detached ADU,
15 feet,
either 10 or 15, whatever.
I think 15.
6.5.
Half-acre.
20.2.
There we go. 15.
Half-acre will
Done.
help that.
Let's move back to the next page.
I think you're right, Lynn.
So development standards, this is the one that we talked about percentages, and if we want to clarify whether or not, now we need to go to the ordinance, John.
Ordinance. Okay.
Ordinance on page 5. So the total of the area of the ADU should be not less than 40% of the square footage of the primary residence. Now, this one says the entire square footage. That's what that option is. The next one is the total area of the ADU shall be less than 50% of the total square footage of the primary residence for an attached accessory dwelling unit. So if you build on, you could be 50%. The total area of the ADU shall be less than 40% of the total square footage of the primary residence for a detached accessory dwelling. So it would give a little more leeway to someone who's actually doing an attached unit. That's what option 1 does. Option 1A, the maximum size of the ADU shall not exceed a maximum square footage amount. For example, I threw out 600 square feet, whatever.
On option 1, again, my concern there is if I've got a 1,500 square foot footprint, but I've got 3,000 square feet of house, that means I can add a 1,500 square foot, provided I can double the building size, footprint size, because I've got 1,500 square feet footprint, but it's stacked. So I've got 3,000 square feet. That means if it's 50% because it's attached, I can double the footprint of my home and rent half of it out. And I think that's silly. It's huge. I just envision problems.
So
And
40%
buy the
there,
property for him and
50%
What's that?
landscape.
buy his property from him and don't put it on there.
So all of these standards have
Or
to be
he could
met,
buy
not
mine
just this
and do
one.
whatever he wants to. Buy everything surrounding him, right?
So an easy change would be 40% of the square footage of the building footprint of the primary residence.
That I could live with.
I mean, if you want to do something like that.
I don't,
It'll take care of itself. Go with the half acre, the 25%. I wouldn't get hung up
50%
on.
and the setbacks.
You
I
know, we're
think
just
we
gonna
take
add
care of
more
it.
code and more things that they gotta adhere to.
Plus, I would
Just
think
tell me
some of
which
that
one
would
you
be
want.
cost.
So, okay, we've heard from you three, Councilman Turner and Councilwoman Stoker. Where are you two on this
You
point?
telling us to be quiet?
No, I'm trying to get it to
Get it to
the
close.
majority. I mean, we all have our opinions, and it's good, but
I would
I'm
think,
trying to get where the majority is.
I would think some of this too would take care of itself on the cost. If you're going to spend that kind of money on
Oh, I agree.
a huge house, why would you do that? Sell the house and go build a new one for the same money. Let somebody else's headache. I mean, that's expensive.
So, are you saying you're satisfied with the
She's saying.
half-acre lot
Yes.
requirement?
I just I don't think the footprint.
And
they're
the
not
other
gonna build-
percentages.
Yeah, they're not gonna spend that kind of money on an add-on.
We only got
So
9
this
lots.
40%, it applies to either detached or attached, okay? So we're saying the ADU has to be less than the primary residence.
Right.
And so the standard is whatever you determine you want to live with. So planning commission recommendation was 40%, so.
Councilman Turner, where are you on this?
I'm okay with the way option one's written.
With what now?
The way option one's written right now,
It's right there, darling.
total square footage. And part of it is I understand what Phil's saying, but if it's an attached, 50% tells me that that's a basement. That's the entire basement is an accessory dwelling, because that's an attached, that's 50%, you know.
But unintended consequences, it does mean somebody could build.
But I think with the percentages and setbacks and all that other stuff, I don't think they'd be able to build as much as
And
you know,
I
that's
agree.
kind of what I think.
I get
And then the
agree with Cheryl
40% I'm
across.
okay with too, because of the other provisions we have.
So the planning commission is, I'm sorry, I've got two number ones here. Number one is what the planning commission is recommending. This option is to provide for a sub A and B, if you will.
Well, the option one, the one up above it, the total area of the
Original.
ADU be less than 40% of the square footage of the primary residence, period.
Correct.
So that wouldn't matter if it was a basement or I'm okay with that too.
Okay, Councilman Urian Satterthwaite, but are you against that, how that's written? You see that, or are you okay with that? Or is that unnecessary? Where are you two?
I don't think it's necessary. I think that half acre, the 50% vegetation, and just the financial factor.
Financial factor, the setbacks, the 25% of the yard that it could take up.
Yeah, I think that'll take care of it.
Correct, but this is under development standard, and if somebody says, I want to make my basement into an ADU, how much percentage are you gonna, what's the city gonna require me to do for my basement? What do I have to do in my basement? And the city's gotta give them at least something, and I think this gives them saying, 40% is the most you can make your basement.
Correct.
You know, you can do all your basement except for 10% of it as an ADU. Or something like that, or, just your basement, but, or an attached meets all the other detached meets all the other standards.
Why would we limit the basement?
Why would we?
Yeah.
Well, that's what number one does.
Number one
Not
and-
option one, but number one,
Yeah, number one,
where the ADU would have to be less than 40%.
See, I don't know why we would limit the basement if somebody, if empty nesters are living upstairs, why would they want to, why would
So
they
that's
wanna
what
limit that?
The one that I've labeled option 1 does. It allows for the basement to be equal to the main floor.
I'm okay with that.
And that's
That's
yeah,
the,
that's
the
what I mean.
significance of the 50% differentiation, and then the 40% applies to the others.
Yeah, I think it has to be that. If it's in the same dwelling and it's just downstairs,
Correct.
you gotta let them have the whole,
The whole basement.
So option 1,
yes, not,
okay?
The not underlined one.
no,
Right?
the underline.
No.
Underlined
Oh,
one.
the underlined option.
That one right there. That's the one we're looking at.
Yes.
Okay.
So, and then you don't care about establishing a maximum.
Nope. Because everything else establishes that.
So option 1A is out or in?
Yep.
It's out.
Option 1A's out.
Is that
We're making progress.
majority's feeling? No maximum?
1, 2, 3, yes.
Hey, we keep moving then.
2 is.
And those are the main ones. If you have something else that you want me to address, I will, but
Front corners.
everything else is,
I'm definitely for that. Can't be in the
we've
side
discussed.
Can we go back to the discussion on detached? No, I'm just joking.
So this is democracy at work.
yard. Have another Mountain Dew. Ray.
Yeah, really.
I'm out of ice. I need more.
Okay, so, and let me ask, I'm not steering this one way or the other, council. What do you want to do with this ordinance? Pass it tonight with these changes? Do you want to have it brought back to you as a clean copy?
I want a clean copy.
You want clean copy brought back, clean copy?
Clean copy.
Yeah, let's look it over.
So,
I think, yeah,
Rob,
this
why
is
don't you
not-
summarize what we've got and make sure that's what the consensus of the majority is on all points?
Okay, thanks, Mayor. So under development standards, option 1 is the one that we're going with, the underlined one. We're eliminating the one above and 1A, that's out. The next page, under detached,
Can we scroll down just to?
You mean the page up under detached?
Page 6.
going, yeah, that right there. So, 6A is in, 6B is in. So those are the ones that deal with over the garage and attached. So no controversy over those, at least to this point. Under C, under detached, what's in is detached accessory, well, the first sentence that talks about separate as a attached garage is kind of a repeat. Detached accessory dwelling units only allowed in the rear yard, in. Detached accessory dwelling units only allowed on lots having a minimum of 20,000 square feet.
22, what's a half acre?
And
20 is what they
half of
consider.
43,560, it's 21,000. Typically, people just say a half acre is 20,000 square feet.
I want every square foot.
E2.
Well, you need to change an awful lot of our ordinance. 'Cause
RE 21,000.
RE20.
RE 20 point,
Says
21.23.
You're impressed with 43,560, right? Thanks.
Okay, so detached are allowed under those
8,000,
circumstances.
and you want a 15-foot setback under C2.
Right.
Yes.
That's what I've got. So I will write it as such.
Okay,
Thank you.
with the 25%, is that correct as well? Okay,
You
from
wanna
the other
re-
ordinance.
Oh, you want to reference the other
Just
standards?
Reference the other
to
ordinance.
that.
Okay, I can do that.
50%.
Maximum of
Okay, I wanna make
25%
one
of the
Okay,
rear
Councilman
yard.
Satterthwaite.
So I made a lot of fuss last time about the owner occupied, and it has to be the case here. And I just want to say that I thought initially that was a lot of our motivation. We went around and saw things that weren't well maintained, they didn't look good, and all those sorts of things. And I think we need to just dispense with the notion that having them owner occupied is going to do the job. The process will look something like this. Somebody wants to get an ADU unit in their property. They'll come and pass Rob's gates and get through it all and end up with a permit. And the property will have some sameness. It'll look good, because it's kind of homogeneous, sort of. whatever our words are for that, so it looks like it fits. And they get a building permit and they build. And then in a year, they're gonna come back and get a permit to be their business, they have a property that they're renting, so you're gonna review this in a year, right? And at that point, do we have anything in code that makes sure that it is well maintained and that it's clean? And I've concluded that we don't. So there's nothing in this that's going to actually assure that, except for the reality apparently in other cities that owner-occupied, they say, does have that effect. That's what I'm hanging my hat on, and so that's the last word I'll say about all that.
Our code enforcement officer has some input that might be
good,
helpful.
let's hear.
We've got her here. Thank you. You stayed the whole time. So welcome back, Andra. Can you just come to the microphone? Sorry, so everyone online can hear you as well.
I'm sure John can help me on this if I'm wrong, but I would believe that especially if they were detached, that the same code regulations would follow on that home as they would on the regular home. So as the code enforcement officer, I would assume that I would take on the responsibility for keeping an eye on the accessory building that would be also on the property, as I would just, as the property sits as it is. So
Well,
I wouldn't
absolutely.
see that.
But what I'm saying is that when they get the building permit to do the ADU, Rob will be assured that they're going to look enough the same that they fit together.
Right.
And so it'll be a done deal when the permit's issued, and from there on, there's nothing we're really going to do to make it cleaner or look better or better maintained.
I'll make sure it looks,
It'll
I'll
all
make
be
sure it
up
looks
to.
nice.
Well, I like you. We'll keep you around.
Well,
But it won't. It'll be
Andra
because
has been very proactive. Now, I don't know if she'll be still here whenever all these ADUs are built, or, but she's done a great job for us.
When you're talking about all these, there's only 9 properties that are gonna qualify for
we spent all this time on 9 properties.
these detached.
Thank you, Andra. Any other things, Rob, you'd like to summarize of what you and John will be working on to bring this ordinance back?
I think I know the direction.
Councilman Turner.
Get it right to you.
So Rob, we've had this on the agenda a lot of times. I know you've had several residents talk to you. I've had some talk to me, and one of them's here. Is there assurance or anything that we could give some of those residents that are concerned about losing their rights, that the non-conforming thing is going to work out for them, or is that something that you'll need to do with them individually? Or I'm just, my concern is they've been coming back and coming back and coming back just like we are, and because they're concerned this is going to really hurt their financial situation if they decide to, want to use, because they did this as an investment kind of, is there anything we can do for them? And then one other thing on the ordinance, if I remember way back, it said for 24 months.
Yes.
And I suggest we make that 36 months.
Is that what you all want?
That's what I suggest.
As far as somebody being gone?
Yeah, being
Yes.
gone from their residence, if,
I'm okay with that.
And I am too.
36?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, there was some military service and other volunteer services
We
that
had to go on a mission.
Answer your first question, we review those on a case-by-case basis.
Okay. So they'll just need to work with you on that. Okay.
Yeah, they provide us with the factual information, and then we make a determination.
And they'll still be getting their annual permit. So they'll have to, every year we'll send them a new letter that says, hey, verify that you're still owning the place, that you're still on your assignment, and all that kind of stuff. So there's some things that we'll do to make sure that it doesn't just they don't get a 3-year free ride as a duplex.
Okay, I have one more question, but I can wait. Maybe. Well, I'll ask it, but I don't need an answer right now. How do you handle the ones that aren't in compliance then? Once we pass this and everything, because I know, like I say, I know of one now right now that's not a owner occupied. They rent out the front house and the back. I know that, and it's within the RCC zone, ADU area. How do you handle that? Because I don't even know if they have a business license. I have no idea of any of that stuff. But what do you do there? Knock on their door and say, you guys aren't in compliance, so you got to fix it, or what? I mean, how do you handle that? I don't need an answer right now.
Well, the process is that Sue downstairs, she sends out a renewal request for folks every year.
But if they're not coming,
If they're not doing it, then
we don't know about it.
They're out of compliance.
we may or may not know about it.
So if you know about it, what do you do? Is there anything you can do?
We talked to Andra.
Okay.
John, maybe
Yeah, so we would start with code enforcement to try and get them to comply, start issuing fines, and ultimately if they, if it's someone who just refuses to stop renting an illegal duplex, then we'd have to take them to court and get a cease and desist order from the court.
Okay.
I
Just curious.
I think part of the question for me is, would they then be, if somebody is running an illegal duplex now, would we even consider them for grandfathering or non-conforming? If they haven't bothered to get a business license, they've been running an illegal duplex, would they even be considered for the non-conforming or grandfathering clause? In my mind, no, they wouldn't.
So it'll be up to the council. If the council wanted to allow people who didn't quote unquote know about the law a grace period, they could. If they wanted to be really strict, I mean, right now staff has been planning on just telling people if you didn't comply with the law, you don't have a non-conforming duplex, and then people could still appeal those decisions to you, or come to you and ask for leniency. But I think it would be helpful, maybe at the next meeting, just mull that over in your mind and reach a conclusion on that, because I think there'll be several individuals who will have that, where they've had a non-conform, or they've had a duplex for 20 years, but they never paid any fees. They never did the utility the way it was supposed to be done. They never, and you just need to come to your own conclusion about how that's going to be, and we'll enforce it the way the council wants to.
It's only 9:45. Let's hash it out now.
So we can defer to
Wait for
the,
Cheryl to look at me.
as you said, the Lord of Code, or whatever you called him. Or,
Yeah.
well. Okay, other discussion on this item? Want to make sure it's exactly how you want it for next time. Everyone good?
Thanks, council members.
Run,
Okay,
run,
hearing none, we will consider,
run
well,
away.
or council, it's probably most appropriate if you make a motion to table that pending these changes.
I'll make a motion that we table that pending the changes.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to table the accessory dwelling items pending the changes that have been discussed at length in the meeting. Is there any further discussion?
I certainly hope not.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I should have
Okay.
said nay, just to.
Thank you.
Cheryl.
Then that will be coming back. And, ladies and gentlemen, that is your government at work. I mean, we don't all agree. We don't all think alike. We don't all have a vote, which includes me, I'll say. But this is a great system of government we have, and it's done a good job. And
We're
it's
going to
worked
set you
for
up
us,
one of these
so.
days for a vote, dude.
Councilman Swanson.
I was just going to say, in addition to what you said, it also, I think, clearly demonstrates that none of us come in here with our minds made up, which I think is one of the great things about our council, is that we discuss, sometimes ad nauseum. Right, Cheryl?
Usually.
Usually ad nauseum. Okay, almost always. But we don't come in with preconceived ideas, and we're going to stick our boots in the mud and not move. And I appreciate all that conversation.
That will
Council,
almost
we
persuade us to me.
do have on the agenda a closed meeting, although it is not urgent. So we could do that next week, or wait.
The 7th.
We're not going to have a meeting next week. So it's kind of up to you. It's basically an update. There's not something urgent. So would you like to hold that or postpone for 2 weeks?
I'm for holding it.
Holding it?
Get it over with.
Okay. So in that case, I'd recommend we just do our public comments and then come back to that, if that's okay.
That works.
Okay, so with that then, ladies and gentlemen, public comments are now open again. If there's anything you'd like to share with the city council on any of these items or any other item, we welcome you. Hello, Bob.
Bob's gonna take us to task here, I can tell.
Bob Buswell, 962 East, 3025 North, in the beautiful town of North Ogden. This is addressed to the council and maybe more directed to you, Mayor.
Okay.
I am pleased with the way that the Public Works is taking care of the snow on the roads this winter.
I want to give you a hug, Bob.
Come on.
It's on camera, Mayor, go.
Have any of you heard of citizens complaining about the snow removal?
Yes.
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 Several?
Yes.
I have.
Yes.
A few, and
You're
that's
bound,
okay.
you're bound to have a few, but there's plenty that are very pleased about how it's going, lots.
Today, I had a neighbor complain to me about how things have been taken care of. I'd mention his name, but I won't do that. He's called the mayor. The mayor would probably know him. I just want you to know that at least one person, that being me, is very pleased with the way the Public Works is taking care of the snow. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Really appreciate it.
If I may, I would like to approach the council as a resident, not an employee, if that's okay.
Yes.
Name?
My name is Andra Jones. I live at 1553 North Mountain Road. Earlier, the council brought up putting up signs on 1050 when the budget comes around. I would like to also ask that one be considered for Mountain Road at Fruitland Drive. People come, I live right there on the corner. People come down that hill, and as soon as they hit that straightaway, I think they think it's a drag race, and they go as fast as they possibly can right by my house. So I think that even just a regular sign, if one of the flashy speed limit ones aren't feasible, even just a regular sign, because I don't think there's a whole lot of reminders on the speed limit right there by my house, would be beneficial.
So that's what you want, is a speed limit sign
Well, I would
as a minimum?
Flashing
I
ones, yeah.
would prefer a flashing one so that people, because it really gets people's attention when it starts flashing that they're going over 35. But, you know, if that's not in the budget, even just another sign somewhere in that area reminding that it's only 35 miles per hour there would be great.
And you want it facing so that it will slow them
Come
down and
southbound.
flash right in your bedroom window every time it goes off?
You know, it's better than people going by as fast as they do. So,
These are people coming south, driving south.
yeah, when they get to the bottom of that hill, they just go as fast as they can. And I don't know if it's maybe because Ogden City is right there, so they don't think that, you know, the officers are going to do, you know, if they can make it to Ogden City, then they're okay, because North Ogden and Ogden are cut off right there. I don't know, but people go flying by our
They come
houses
down
right
that
there.
hill pretty fast, that mountain road. They just fly down Mountain Road, always have done.
Yeah.
We've had a bicyclist killed there, I think,
Right
coming
in
down
front
off
of my
that hill.
house.
So if we can just consider that, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs.
Thanks,
Jones.
Council.
I
Thanks,
saw
Mayor.
one of those flashing signs somewhere, and that said there was a thing that flashed "Welcome." You know, I think we ought to just get one that flashed "Gotcha."
Gotcha.
Make them think that was a camera just took their picture.
David Parkinson, 470 East, 2750 North. First of all, I'd just like to tell you how much I appreciate all that you do. I know making all this decisions on all these things is a hard job, so I appreciate that. I'd like to just reiterate what John Call said about the ordinance, in that because Rob Scott's kind of the guru of the ordinance, and he's the one that says how it is right now, doesn't mean that's the way it'll be in 10 years when somebody else takes over. I'd really appreciate if something was in the ordinance that defined that. And so with that, I'll just leave my comments. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Parkinson.
And I think we should update the notes on that item that we tabled to specifically address that, because
Okay.
we
You got that in there.
I've also we ought to put in there too that Rob is going to be here another 10 years.
It's already retired once. Oh, 3 times.
Catching you.
Robert Watson. I live at 1820 North and 100 East. in the greatest country, in the greatest state, and I'm learning one of the greatest cities in the world. On that cheesy note,
I was going to say, was that sarcasm?
no, it's good. I actually was born in Utah, but moved away for a few years, and now we're back, so it's great to be here. I just wanted to say a couple of things. First of all, it's been fun. That could be a little bit of sarcasm. But it's been insightful and educational to be a part of this. And it's really what I was getting to about this being a great country and a great state and a great city is the opportunity as citizens to be able to have this kind of dialogue and try to make this a great place for all of us to live in. We had homeowners associations that we, were a part of in other places we've lived, and, that there's opportunities there, but sometimes you don't feel like you're heard, and I think we've been heard. And, even sometimes you're heard and you're not, you don't get your way still, right? But that's okay too, and that's part of it. So, but we're grateful to have been able to be a part of this, and it's been helpful for us to learn the process. I really hope that other residents will take the opportunity to comment and be a part of it as well. We're grateful for the professional manner in which things were handled, as we were one of the ones that were kind of in the middle of building fence, and a very kind inspector dropped by and was just trying to enforce what they were told to do, and so we understood that, and we were in a tough spot too, but again, it just grateful that things didn't escalate to anything crazy, and we're able to work this out. I think is a great thing. I am all for the land use permit. I think that would have helped us from the get-go to not get caught up, and I even would, as a citizen, would back a $10, $20, $30 fee if necessary to make that some of that headache go away. Anyway, I think that's all that I have, but thank you very much for all that you do. I echo what was said. It's much appreciated.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to staff. Andra, Brandon, Rob, anything more? Okay. Annette?
Tomorrow's legislative day. We're meeting here and leaving between 6:15 and 6:30 for those that are going. And I need some help, council. I was at an election meeting this morning at Weber County, and we just need bigger space. And I need to get your support or your help in securing the senior center for August 15th and the November election. We need to not have anything at the facility that day. We don't want to end up like we did this last election with people waiting in lines.
I think we secure that date now and just let it be known that the city is going to be using its facility for the election on August 15th, period. No questions asked. That's my feeling.
Do we anticipate a problem? Do we already know we've
I just need your support
got
just
one?
in case there is. I don't anticipate one. I'll ask.
I think we're far enough ahead that whatever they may have scheduled, they could
We can
reschedule.
reschedule it around.
Get it scheduled.
Okay, anything else? Okay, John?
Update on the sawdust piles. We have found out something that I should have realized earlier. We don't own the property that is under most of those sawdust piles. It actually is owned by Mr. Is it Millen?
Malin.
But there is a strip through there that we do own. We've informed him that as soon as it's practical, that the snow, he's got to move them onto his side of the line, and so there should be a path through there. But we just don't own that street.
It's one of those out to the half of the road.
It's actually further than the half. It's kind of it's an odd-shaped parcel, and so there'll be a path through there, but it won't be all of it moved. It'll just be
Well,
moved
just a
over.
path through there is fine, I think.
Okay.
It'll be enough for walking, biking, a horse.
Yeah. And Andra's been the one who's been taking care of that for us, so.
Yeah, Andre.
I'll just get him to move his fence back so you can see around it.
And she's made a lot of progress on getting plywood replaced with windows. The old duplex on Washington now has windows again instead of those boards. So, and soon we hope Kings will as well. Very soon. So good progress on code enforcement, Andrea and John.
Yeah, apparently they gave they gave us an invoice that shows that he's ordered the windows. So we know they're coming, and
This is the home or
the
or
Kings. The duplex already has the clear panels in. They're not glass, they're plexiglass, but they look
It's not
like
plywood.
Yeah, it's not plywood.
On
and
Washington Boulevard. We're trying to really just clean the city up. I mean, we want it to look nice. So, thank you for passing that, and we've got great work happening on enforcing it. Anything else? Okay, just a couple really quick things. The legislative session started yesterday. There's a lot going on down there. I'll be going down twice a week, just heads up with the Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you.
And Weber County has a weekly breakfast with our legislators to take up stuff. I'll also be going down to lobby for the bill Representative Frower is doing so we can keep our green waste facility operational, because if that bill doesn't pass, I mean, realistically, we could be looking at having to close it down unless we want to buy hundreds of thousands of dollars of chipping and shredding machines if we're not allowed to burn it. So that's a really important bill. Representative Frower has filed it, so I'll be down there for that. So just heads up, the next 45 days, I will be out a lot for that, but that's where I am. I'll be going to a lot of things at the legislature.
You're not taking any money for this lobbying effort.
I'm lobbying for you. It's already included in my salary. So you're getting a great lobbyist for no extra cost. And that's everything. I can send the other updates out in an email. So with that, is there a motion to enter into a closed meeting to discuss the strategy regarding pending or reasonably imminent litigation?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to enter into a closed session for the reasons described.
You didn't let us have our comments.
Is there sorry. Okay, let's suspend that motion. Thank you, Isla.
10:02.
That's a great point, though. I thought we had done it. So let's start, Councilman Turner tonight. Let's start at the end.
Congrats to Annette, and it sounds like Cheryl's going, that's awesome. And then Eric's son, have we got an update on that at all?
Yes,
Have you heard any more on that?
he's doing well, and he should be coming home soon.
Full recovery is expected.
Good deal, good deal.
Great.
And then I want to thank the mayor for his diligence at the Utah League City and Towns problem that they had, and that his diligence in making sure taxpayers' money's not being spent unwisely. So appreciate what you've done there. Most people probably have no idea, but thank you. So. And then again, to echo what Bob says, yeah, we've heard a few complaints, but I would say 99% of 99% of the city's doing a great job on plowing. So.
Thank you. Councilman Swanson.
Just a few things. One, for next year's polar plunge, we want the high dive open.
Hey, I'm good with it if we can get all 5 council members this time.
Next year you may have a couple different ones there.
Jumping off the high dive at the same time. I won't be here then, so I'll go.
I want a heater all the way up the ladder if I'm going to do it.
That is fun, but I do want the high dive open next year. It'll help us raise even more money than we did this year.
We just might need to check liability because they're going up metal steps and.
Well, even if it's only for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
We could put some.
Okay.
We could put some
Dive with thongs on
there.
Oh, flip flops, yes.
I think Tiffany would be happy to open it for you.
I meant flip-flops. I didn't mean it.
Secondly, Rob, this is is a question that you may be able to answer, John. What are the code requirements for exterior coverings on an occupied home?
So, my understanding is that it's got to be weatherproof covering of some sort. So that doesn't necessarily mean a painted shingle, but it means something other than something that won't deteriorate as exposed to the weather.
Okay, I have a home next door to me that has had the siding blown off of it on the east side for the last 6 years. And I've brought it up repeatedly, and I'm getting tired of looking at bare plywood showing through hanging, dangling, slapping in the wind siding.
Okay. So I will have our code enforcement officer research the code to find the exact one, and then we'll figure out what ordinance is enforceable, the right number, so that when we talk to the folks, we can let them know.
What if they build a detached ADU? Then you won't see it.
You know, that would take care of it. Not in my area. Yeah. And then lastly, the incidence of individuals shoveling, throwing, snow blowing, pushing snow out into the streets is dramatically on the increase as we run out of places to put snow or people just don't want to pile it higher in their own yards. It's really becoming an issue. I about lost my windshield this morning as a chunk of ice came flying out of a snow throwing machine and made contact with my windshield. I thought I'd been shot. Wow. I mean, it scared the daylights out of me.
Yeah,
Must
leave
have
earlier in the
known
morning.
You were coming and just timed it.
That was 5:20 this morning as I was headed to Brigham City.
I was snow blowing at 4 a.m., so it wasn't me.
I didn't go down your street.
I beat you. I think I woke Andrew up at 3 o'clock.
I was gonna come and talk to you. I've been really trying hard to get to drive around and even see like in the road where it's obvious that people are blowing snow. I've been really trying hard to find and talk to people, and I have notes on who I've talked to, so if I see it again, then
You're doing a great job. I've just noticed that, naturally it's with the snow, it's just on the increase and it's just going to create more problems. And then lastly, man, do I enjoy serving with all of you. I enjoy our discussions.
You think?
What's that?
After tonight.
Even after tonight, absolutely. I just thoroughly enjoy the opportunity to sit with, to rub shoulders with, to learn from you, to share ideas. You all are an awesome group of people. I'm privileged to be a part of it.
Thank you. Councilman Uri.
Well, first thing I want to say is, Brandon, on those diagrams you drew there, that little triangle there on that proposed amendment. If that was my property, I'd either put a great big rock there or I'd tell the other guy he could landscape it.
In this triangle right here?
Yep. Because there's no way I'd be maintaining that yard and then going around the other side. So I'd say that's your property to use the way you want, or I'd put a great big rock there and zero-scape it, so I didn't have to do anything with it at all. And I just make that comment because I think that's what most people would do. They're not gonna take care of that little plant grass there and stuff.
Natural vegetation.
I want to just echo what's been said. I think, Annette, that's a very fine honor for you and well-deserved.
Does she know about it?
She does. And for everyone else's benefit, Annette's is being honored this coming Saturday as the American Mother of the Year from North Ogden and one of 3 in Weber County.
Yay!
So, quite an honor. So Councilwoman Stoker and I will be there from the city.
Okay. Now, you sent us an email, Mayor, and I'm thinking it's that property about the C-store over on the property here.
Yes.
Yeah, my
Those are Prominence Point.
Yeah, my vote would be that that's out of place. I don't care if it looks like one of the Maverick things. I think it's out of place in that piece of property. And Jack's just playing us again. And so Okay, and then on the audits of the Utah League and of Cities and Towns, congratulations, Mayor. I've talked to the mayor and I've talked to Evan, and we're going to come up with some guidelines and policies for how we ought to see those kind of things handled in the city of North Ogden. If you have any input in it, send me an email. I'll sit down with Evan and we'll come up with some policies and guidelines on how credit card use is. And then the mayor's asked me to audit periodically and make sure we have receipts on all those things. So.
And that will basically be an outside set of eyes on top of the internal processes, but I think that's important to have some council involvement as well. That's been something that almost all of these audits by the state auditor have found. The governing body was not directly involved with the review of financial transactions, and that's where a lot of this problem occurred. And since I work here full-time, I don't think it should be me, and I have a city credit card. I think it should be someone who's not directly involved in the day-to-day finances to be that outside set of eyes. So Councilman Ure, I think with his experience, will do an excellent job with that.
I will try. That's all I've got.
Thank you. Councilman Satterthwaite.
I would encourage you to talk about that ULCT thing on the record if you're comfortable, so everybody understands what that amounts to. It's, in my mind, a pretty big deal, and every municipality, most municipalities in the state of Utah have relied on the integrity of that institution. Lots of positive comments about snow removal, so my accolades there. On the Village of Prominence Point, I'm not against it, but boy, I think we need to look at this very, very carefully. How long did we take to get where we are? And it sounds like this is in lieu of or in place of. I'm not sure of that, but it's in a word, disappointing for sure. You've talked to the audit. Let's see, and then just finally, I'll just do half of the report, and I'll rely on John to finish the report. But we've had an agenda item here to deal with the Rand's property. The request by the attorney was that we form a committee, which we tried, and
my request. That wasn't the attorney's.
Oh, was that right? I thought.
No, it's my request, and he agreed to it.
Okay, so, but the committee really couldn't be formed because we couldn't get residents to go. But long story short, 2 weeks ago today, we had that meeting, and we were promised some feedback a week ago, and I'll let John finish the story because I don't know it.
And so I sent out an email, got an email back that just said, hey, let's talk on the phone, call me. And I called him, and he was headed into a meeting, so we couldn't talk, and then we haven't connected again since. But the indication he gave me in the short exchange was that because of the leisure villas that's happening to the west of the Grand's property, and that development needing to utilize a portion of the Grand's property that might affect the fencing and the paving and things like that, Gary's thinking maybe that it should be all resolved at the same time the leisure villas development agreement is resolved upon. So essentially extending the deadlines until the leisure villas thing is worked out. So that's what they've asked for. Or that's what they're going to ask for officially, but just maybe give me your thoughts via email if you don't want to talk about it now.
Well, I'm willing to talk about it now. You have told us that this whole scenario has happened once before, at least in 2015, and for whatever reason they delayed it then. Apparently, there was every effort made on our end to get that closure, and they just went silent. So I really, and I've said this before, I really think we need to get closure very soon. I think we've simplified things just for the rest of the council. after a lot of discussion and some advice from John, what we recommended was that we simply ask for them to meet code. And so there's just 2 or 3 items is all that we asked them to do in that meeting a couple of weeks ago. And it's all code because that's the only thing that's enforceable. And when all of us are, we'll be on to other things next year for some of us and 3 or 4 or 5 years for others. The only thing that'll be left is for Andrea to be, or her equivalent, to be able to look at the code and when somebody complains, go and enforce it. So it's the simplest thing going. I think it's pretty straightforward, and I think we really need to make every effort to get some closure here. And who knows what's going to happen into the sod farm? That's up in the air. That there is somebody serious, for sure. But that we need to get some closure to it. I'm anxious to hear what everybody else has to say.
Well, I would even be, so Councilwoman Stoker was also in that meeting, and I'd maybe be interested in her opinion, because her and, not that I'm not interested in yours, but it'd be good to have her opinion so that then, then the 3 members who weren't in those meetings can respond with all the information.
You're picking up where I left off from earlier about no one turning in their assignment. Councilwoman Stoker?
On the Ransdale, there was some things that were stated in the fence. The fence was in kind of it went from a 6-foot fence to an 8-foot fence. And he wanted to know basically why did he have to go to an 8-foot fence again? And so I said, okay, so then what if you did the 8-foot on the back side and the 6-foot up the other side? But of course, then he says again, there's the expense of that. And I said, then you need to get facts, get numbers down. And he said, and if you make me do 50% of the landscaping and where I can't park on it because of the slack, he said, that takes up most of my parking, if you stop and think what 50% of that is. He said, that's a lot of landscaping. So, I mean, I think I'm really trying to be unbiased on this, but I have a really hard time. But I think that I don't have a problem with waiting to see what they're going to do. If it's going to be in a long term, then yes, there needs to be something for those residents. Even if it's just the fence on the backside so they don't have to see into his property would be better than nothing. And he could at least asphalt down the driveway on that one side. I mean, there are some things he can do without till he knows what's going on the other side. That's my thoughts on that.
So maybe the question for you all is, what would the majority of you like to do? Bring this back for a council discussion, continue to let the process work out at whatever timeline it takes with our city attorney and his attorney. To Councilman Satterthwaite's question, we'd like to know what your preference is what's the consensus? Councilman Swanson.
Looking back at where this has gone, where this has been, where there is a pattern of delay. There's always an excuse. There's always something that either it just doesn't get done or there's a reason to hold off. I think there's been plenty of time. What's being asked for isn't anything beyond what's been asked for in the past and hasn't been done. And I am in favor of moving forward and getting this done. We don't know a timeline of when that other property is going to develop. We don't know for sure what's going to be on that property. In the meantime, we have residents who have been waiting for the city to hold up its end of the ordinances and such for years, and we have yet to do so. And I think it's high time that we step up and we take our place and we say, this has to be done. Here's where we are, and I agree with Councilman Satterthwaite that the only thing we can really enforce is what we have in code, and we enforce what we have in code. And while I understand Gary's concern from a business perspective about the 50% landscaping requirement, it is the code. for a residential area, and it ought to be enforced. And yeah, it creates some problems for Gary, but I would say no more than the problems that having a business of that type and that size in a residential neighborhood on residential land has created for those who live there. So I'm in favor of moving forward and getting it done. And we'll deal with what's going on with the other property when that happens, and he can work something out with them once we know what's going in and something actually happens. Did I say actually twice? Okay, we only need to have one actually.
On that note, then too, you're gonna go down that road. Then our public works, that old site needs to be cleaned up, and plus the residents on the side of Gary's, the public works does not have a non-see-through fence, and there's a home right next to our public works. So it's like, if you're gonna go there, we gotta clean up our own yard too.
Let me address.
While I agree with you, I think anything that Gary and his attorney bring up about what the city is or is not doing, or what this property is doing, is just continued deflection on his part to once again put off what has been requested since as early as 2013, 2014. And frankly, I like Gary. He's a really nice guy, but I'm tired of this being put off. There's a pattern here, and it's time to stop that pattern. Yes.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Absolutely, and we have talked a couple of times tonight about, and Jim Urey brought up that we need to do something with our property and put a for sale sign on it and get it ready to develop. And I agree, but the discussion with my own children, I don't get into the discussion with child A what child B and C are doing. We're only talking about child A. So right now we're talking about Gary Rands and his property, not anybody else, not the city or anybody else. And so that's where we are. That's the discussion at hand. And granted, there are things that we need to do as a city and that other property owners need to do, and we'll address those as they come up. But right now, this is about Gary Rands and his property, and it needs to be done. That's my unpassionate description.
Other input? Would you like to see this come back? Like to see, we just need a general sense. This isn't an item for decision tonight, but we're trying to get a general sense of what the council would like to do here.
Well, I had a long conversation with Lynn, and I guess we're okay with enforcing what the ordinance says, but I'll qualify that, and I've been in a similar situation with a neighbor that lived behind me, and I think it's unthinkable to me and I know several people that live down that road, for them to stand by and say, oh, he'll bully me if I'm on a committee. Good gosh, stand up and be on the committee and make your voice heard. You know, that's a cop-out, in my opinion. If you don't want to be a part of the solution, I don't know, there is a solution.
Then shut up.
Well, in all fairness, I went out, I took the time to talk to 8 people out there, maybe 9. I was looking for somebody who would want to serve on the committee, couldn't find one. And these individuals, I finally went back to the 2015 set of requirements that they all came up with. And I found that it was pretty much unanimous amongst all 8 or 9 that they all agreed with those. And they have stated that we came to your council meetings in 2013, and we came to the meetings in 2015, and we don't feel like the city backed us up. And yes, they do say that they're being bullied and intimidated, but I think I can understand if they've spoken up twice and we haven't backed them up, then I don't think it's fair to say you guys need to stand up again.
Why not?
Well, they've
How
stood
does one
up.
guy bully all those people?
If you want me to go back to my notes, it's not gonna be a pretty
I've
thing.
listened to your notes, but by golly, if a guy was gonna, if a guy was, I thought a guy was bullying me, and I'm only 5'6", I'd stand up to it. I wouldn't just sit there and cry to the.
I think that's an unfair thing, though, because not everybody has your or my intestinal fortitude. Not everybody
I happen
has.
to know one of those guys that does have that
Well,
intestinal
one does, but others
fortitude,
don't.
and he won't serve on the committee. And I know his
I
name,
might
and I can give it to you.
suggest we just,
Move it
I
on.
know this is a topic among ourselves that is divisive. I just need to know where the majority sits on what to do. So Councilman Turner.
I'm fine with having John represent us. You wanted our opinion?
Excellent idea.
I'm fine having him represent us at
Rest
this
of us
point. He
stay out of it.
represents the city, and he can talk to their attorney, and then he can come to us with a recommendation after he actually has a chance to talk to him. You know, and I'm fine with that, but I'm also, if you want to bring it back to us, we'll discuss it, you know, I mean, but I'm fine with John taking care of it for a while, you know.
Yeah, because this, I mean, is a divisive topic for the neighborhood, for the six of us, so, I mean, this absolutely does have to get resolved. I think there's no way it can just wait till the
Whatever.
Leisure Villas gets worked out. We got to come to some resolution because it's just such a, I mean, it's an important topic to the residents. So how can we bring this to some kind of action?
So I think, you know, and I don't want to go into too many of the details because obviously Gary and his attorney aren't here to respond, but I think what we can do is say, here are some components that we think are contingent on Leisure Villas. And so we'll know you're going to do A or B by the time the council decides whether Leisure Villas is going forward. And here's some other things that aren't contingent on Leisure Villas at all, and those need to be done by this date. And then we can put that all in writing. We can put it in have a meeting, hash it out, and be done with it. You know, and then that way there's some specific timelines and measures, and everyone knows where they stand. And the things that are affected by Leisure Villas can be put off, and the things that aren't can be done now. Like I think Cheryl even said, you know, he could put the fence on the south up now because that's not going to modify depending on what Leisure Villas does. But the fence on the west side might be modified. And so those are some things that I think, and I'm just going to, with this feedback, I can go to Bruce and say, listen, the council really doesn't want to wait on everything until Leisure Villas has got an official thumbs up or down. So let's work on what we can get resolved, and then identify the things that and the kind of options based on whether Leisure Villas gets a thumbs up or a thumbs down. If you're okay with that.
Sound good?
The only thing I think we need to be sure that you represent what this council wants, and if that means we need another meeting so that we're all on the same page, then let's have the meeting. There is some, when we presented it then, it's as simple, and I can do it in 15 seconds. Asphalt the approaches coming off of Pleasant View Drive.
Not in both of them.
Yeah, the one on the east side, right? Do 8-foot fences all the way around.
Nuh-uh.
Well, this is where maybe we disagree. If the 8-foot fence is necessary to block the view, it's just as necessary to all those new residents that might be on the sod farm side.
You need to look at that and see if it really is necessary, if they can actually see any more than where they sit to where he sits, whether it's 6 or an 8.
So that's one of the things I think the council will have to make a decision on.
So let's have a meeting to do that.
Yeah. And so that's why I'm thinking that what I can do is I can let Bruce know we're not going to wait. And so here's the things we have to hash
Back
out.
on the agenda for next month, and
we'll bring the council with the
work out
options.
a date with them that works, and we'll have this back. Because then, John's right, we do need to have them here for this discussion as well. So I think we have enough at this point to know that we need to hold a meeting, and you have some things you can discuss with the parties in preparation for the meeting to make it effective.
Yeah. Well, so that when it comes to the council, you've got your options. You've got option A and option B, and then we can add a date to it after we figure out what option we want to go with. So.
And the rationale that it's code is very simply that it is a 50% requirement in residential property, that's code, and he is operating as a commercial business, and where that's the case up on Washington Boulevard or in our code, it requires an 8-foot fence to go around the commercial property if there's residential around it. It's simply that. And that's all I'm ready to ask for, because I think that's all that we can enforce.
So this will be coming back to an agenda near you next month with, that we work out with the other parties to make sure they have a chance to be here and be represented. So, yes, it will be coming back. And we'll do everything we can before then to hopefully reach an agreement with Mr. Rance so that, that's there. But we'll just, work that out between now and then.
And we aren't having a meeting next week, is that right?
Right, it's the 5th Tuesday. I'd forgotten next week was the 5th Tuesday, so.
I'm okay to have a meeting if it prevents us going to 11 o'clock another night.
I'm not saying right now. I'm throwing down.
Councilwoman Stoker?
Veto, that's okay with me.
Couple of things. And I do want to say, I didn't do the polar plunge, but I did do my dunking in September.
Yes.
So I did my part.
That wasn't a polar plunge.
I said I didn't, but I got my dunking.
She's after us, because we didn't do it.
That's right. I didn't see the other two signing
I
up.
would have done the polar plunge. They'd have had to take me to the hospital.
Me and
with
you
a heart.
both. You and me both.
It's a city liability problem.
So, Mayor, is there
my heart
anything
stamp
on
off
the
just
Kings
like that.
Plaza?
Not yet.
We're still working on it?
Still working on it,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, and then as far as the sign, the guys are doing a great job on the roads, but that corner by me is still a disaster. And I don't know if it would help to put a sign up that says "slippery when wet." I mean, our neighbor's brand new truck, got taken out over the weekend. So I mean, and I don't know how they hit it or what they do, but you hit that corner wrong, and
It turns and then the road slopes.
so the runoff.
So
comes
it all
west.
kind of shoves you into the front yard of Cheryl and the neighbor to her north.
Yep.
And they sideswiped the truck, or I guess they hit the side of their car into the corner of the truck.
Yeah. So I don't know.
This is the same road problem that caused the car to almost come to your door?
So I don't know if that sign, I mean, I know they had a sign down lower on Mountain Road, but that always gets taken out too. So it probably won't matter. But I do think they do a great job, and my hat's off to them. I think they're great, and I mean, I've had residents that come back and say, they helped a neighbor get up the road because her car wouldn't go up. They came and put her car up, shoveled her out. I mean, they just go above and beyond. So please let them know that they are appreciated there's more appreciation than complaints. And I do appreciate all you guys too.
Thank you. Anything
Cheryl
else?
got the last word. Write that in the minutes, would you?
No, you did.
Okay. Now is there a motion to
To adjourn.
enter a closed
to-
session?
Move to enter a closed meeting
I'm the
to
one who-
discuss reasonably imminent
Second,
Litigation.
litigation. Thank you.
that too.
We have a motion and a second to enter a closed session to discuss pending or reasonably imminent litigation. Is there any further discussion? Start the voting with Councilman Swanson.
Yes.
Councilman Turner.
Yes.
Councilwoman Stoker.
Yes.
Councilman Satterthwaite.
Yes.
And Councilman Uri.
Okay.
Okay, then